A warm welcome to Naventus and Partners Technology Summit, brought to you by Naventus, Deloitte, Zettervalls, FNCA, Nordnet, and Nasdaq. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson, and I am the host of this event. I work as a moderator, program host, and also as a writer focusing on sustainable development. Today is a great opportunity to take part of this event because you will be able to listen to presentations from leading companies within the technology sector and to experts in the panel discussions. The technology sector is a sector where there's so much going on. We have regulations, we have companies that also have to regulate themselves in terms of adapting to behavior from consumers. And we also have technology advances in many aspects that will be able to bring our world further ahead. We have exciting day ahead of us with panel discussions, 2 of them, and many presentations from companies. So it's now my pleasure to introduce the first guest. His name is Patrik Dahlqvist. He is with us via Zoom, and he is CEO of Insplorion. Insplorion is a company that offers battery and air quality sensors and NPS-based research equipment. Let's find out more about what they do.
Thanks for the introduction. Hopefully we can be able to share screen here too. But I do get a message that host has disabled participation in screen sharing. Could someone help me with that? There we go. Thanks a lot. So, thanks for the introduction. I am Patrik Dahlqvist, CEO of Insplorion, where we are developing sensors for cleaner air, accelerate transition to fossil-free energy, and better research for life science and clean tech. It's a pretty good timing to be a new sensor technology company. Looking at the mega trends in the world, PVC, for instance, are picking out 5 of them. 2 that are not as directly relevant for us when it comes to a growing population as well as a shifting global power. But 3 of the mega trends are where we fit in and where we try to help and where we, which enables us. Climate change is something that is on everybody's lips, except when COVID isn't. And then we have a continuous accelerating urbanization taking place. Supporting us and providing the infrastructure for sensors is the rise of technology with Internet of Things. It would not have been at all as easy to come with a cost-effective, efficient sensor technology just 10 years ago. So that is good to keep in mind when looking into why sensors are becoming an interesting topic nowadays. When it comes to problems that we want to help in solve, we are a small startup company, growing fast, but still a fairly small player. But we have high ambitions. We want to help out and support with the big problems here in the world. And 2 of them are related to fossil fuel and usage of fossil fuels. Carbon dioxide and the problems that they give us with an increased global temperature, which can be seen especially in the Arctics, where we have less ice mass. But also it has been easy to track extreme weather, and extreme weather is 5 more times more common now than since the 70s. But what might not be as well known is how fossil fuels also create nitrogen dioxide, which is together with particles is very unhealthy for us. On a global scale, bad air quality kills about almost 9 million, and half of that are related to what happens when burning fossil fuels, and especially in cities. Almost or a little bit more than 4 million people die earlier than what they would if it due to bad air quality. This number, I think, is worth to have a second look at. Looking at our current crisis with the COVID, we are now at about 1 million people who have died earlier due to COVID. But on a yearly basis, there are 4 million just because of air quality is bad in especially the urban areas. But it's not only that it's unhealthy, bad unhealth also is creating huge costs, especially when it comes to that people can't go to work due to respiratory failures, asthma, and these kind of effects. On a yearly basis, the cost is in the range of 1,200 billions just in Europe. And this is starting to be seen and looked into more and more. And that's why we start to see stronger and stronger regulations about to get better air quality. But to get better air quality and to help in solve other factors such as improving batteries and improving the new technologies such as technologies used to adopt to hydrogen for hydrogen cars and so forth. All these systems need to be optimized. And to be able to optimize, you will need to measure. And to measure, you basically need sensors. And there is where we come in as a new technology company. With our air quality sensors, we help to optimize where to do infrastructure developments in cities, but also to help private persons where to do their jogging this morning instead of this park instead of that park. When it comes to batteries, it's a new technology that needs to be optimized, and to do that, we basically provide sensors to support with that. And hydrogen, which is coming as an alternative, especially for long range and long cycle storage. There is an increasing need for safety, and to be able to have safety, you need to measure that you don't basically have leaks. And that's also an area where our technology fits in very well. It all might look a little bit spread out with both working with air quality, battery sensor, and hydrogen sensors. And then we also have for almost 10 years been selling this technology as a research instrument. But from the inside, from our side, it actually looks exactly the same. They are all based on the same sensor technology, nanoplasmonic sensing, that we are developing within Insplorion. It's a technology that has 3 patent families to protect it, and it serves as the basis for all applications. Just a few words about what the technology is about. This is the only technology slide, so bear with me. But basically what we have is a platform technology where we are using nanoparticles on a surface or a fiber. These nanoparticles basically work as antennas that enhance an optical signal. So we have a signal enhancer thanks to the nanoparticles. Due to these increase in signal, we can work with low-cost components and still have a very high sensitivity. And this is the platform that we have with all our applications, where our nanoparticles enables us to work with cost-effective components and still have a very high sensitivity. In that way, our platform can become both small, robust, yet sensitive, and we can go in and work with applications where there is a high demand for to detect small volumes, but where we also can work with many sensors at the same place. What we then do is to also coat our sensors and have different materials on top of them, and that is how we get selectivity for different applications. So this part is the same for all our applications, but for air quality and for hydrogen and for battery, the coatings are different. It is, as I mentioned, patented, where the mother patent has been approved in all major markets, and where our gas sensor as well as battery sensor patent are being approved in most, but it's in most major markets. A few more words about air quality. It's air quality is something that you can measure today. For instance, you can look at air quality index on your cell phone, but that is based on high cost research instruments or measurement instruments that are placed a few in each city and often sit in rooftops. And that gives a good average of what problem you have with air quality in the city that day. But to be able to optimize and, for instance, start to make infrastructure and good infrastructure decisions, should I exchange this part of the bus line for electric buses instead of diesel, and do the correct one, the correct decision, you need to have much better resolution and know which street has the problems, and not only on the city level, but actually on a street level. So in order to do that type of optimization, you need to have many more sensors spread around that are also giving information in a timely way. So to be able to measure both these low concentration as well as in many more places in real time, there is a need for new technology. Current sensors do not do that. And that is the reason why we started to develop and focus on nitrogen dioxide with our air quality sensor. We are now in a very early commercial phase with our air quality sensor, where we have started together with collaborations to work with Mölndalsstad, and where we have a first sales. We have an ongoing collaboration with Göteborgsstad in a project called Internet of Things, Air and Water. And we have a collaboration with a small startup company or a small company called Leading Light, where we have implemented our sensors into their smart city lighting to get the first reference customers. What we have also started to see when, even though we started with smart cities, the need for measuring nitrogen dioxide are also increasing inside building and especially in garages, where you have problems with nitrogen dioxide due to combustion engines. You also have these type of problems in closed compartments where there are any type of diesel engines or any type of fossil fuel engine, such as mining, where we start to see that there is also this need for many sensors to measure locally and fast. The way that we work with getting to the market is basically working locally first with references customers in the Nordic countries and before going to Europe and Asia. It is, as can be expected, a huge market in the numbers of billions when it comes to measurements for air quality, where we of course only have the possibility to grab a small but still significant chunk. A few words about our battery sensor. As you all know, we start to see the transition to a battery-based energy. Electric vehicles are mostly known, but energy storage based on batteries is also picking up speed. But to make this transition to happen faster, batteries need to be more efficient, especially having a better ratio with cost and to energy density. And one way to do this is to make them operate a lot more efficient. This whole project started out with us taking our technology, being a university spin-off from Chalmers in Gothenburg. We of course walked over the water and talked to Volvo cars, and they told us about this frustration that they had, that they become more and more dependent on batteries, but still were not able to optimize the batteries. And they basically told us about this problem, that they today need to use pretty large safety margins just not to harm the batteries, and basically set limitations in their control system, their battery management system. We started to look into this and realized that, yeah, it is a big problem. And this frustration is not only with cars, it comes with every battery. We can, for instance, ourselves see it when our cell phone goes from 30% down to 5% for no reason. That is due to that the current sensor technology is not efficient when it comes to measure batteries. And they basically told us that any type of information that can help us run the batteries more efficient is what we need. So we started our battery sensor project, where we basically go inside the battery and are able to bring in to the battery steering information about chemical changes, and then it becomes possible to optimize the batteries in a much more efficient way than previously possible. This is a project, since its batteries are complex and the value chain are complex for batteries, we are working mostly with larger development projects where we have been successful in getting European funding in mainly two major projects. But it's maybe not only the funding that is nice, it's also give the credibility for the technology, but it's mainly the network that we get for the battery industries, where, for instance, the 3Believe project, where we are developing the next automotive battery. It's more than 15 partners involved. Fiat and Volvo are the automotive parts, but the whole battery value chains are involved, so that we basically get access to and get involved with these type of players. The market, as expected, are huge, but it's interesting to see that when it comes only to sensor and steering type of technology for automotive battery sensors, that is expected to, in a few years, be in the range of close to $5 billion. So the need to optimize and that sensors plays a big part of that. It's something that the industry is picking up more and more. Hydrogen is a project that we fairly recently started to work with within Insplorion, but it has been running quite for some time with our collaborative group at our founding group at Chalmers University. The reason and what has been really nice with this project is that our founding group from the very start to look at the needs for hydrogen, where there is a need for better safety, especially when starting to look into hydrogen fuel stations, but also in infrastructure. And when it comes to safety, one of the most important features is to have a sensor that will respond quickly. And our founding group were able to continuously evolve the coating of our used on our technology for hydrogen, so that they could show that the technology now is the fastest hydrogen sensor around. With that, we now have the possibility to implement in our platform that we have evolved with our air quality sensor, and thanks to that we have been able to move very fast with this project. We are now developing together with PowerCell as well as Chalmers, with the aim especially for safety, but also for process control. It has also been clear that the rest of the industry is picking up interest. For instance, we are finalists in the Shell Energy Challenge with our hydrogen project. A few words on the sales that we are doing now. Except for air quality, the other projects are still in development phase, but we have continuously sold our instrument as a research instrument. We have 3 different products when working with the technology looking at liquid applications. So this is for life science, in air and high temperature, as well as in combination with our other instruments. What is nice with selling it as a technology, especially for academia as a research instrument, is that the technology becomes much more and faster established what it can do. There are already more than 90 scientific publications using our technology. So what it can do and how it works is well established now. It's also a way to get our technology out there globally. When selling to academia, one of the benefits is that it's basically where you have strong universities. So basically where you have strong universities, there are research customers using our instruments. And it's also nice in this way that we as a company do not need to focus too much of our efforts on research. We can stay on the development and prototyping and matching our technology with where it makes most need on the market, so that we can make this fit. Where is there a unmet need on the market that our technology can fit with? But for instance, both with battery sensor, especially with both the battery sensor as well as the hydrogen sensor, a lot of the technological verification and development has been done in collaboration with academia. And we can focus on market development and prototyping and patent, and matching it with the market needs. And then we work in a collaborative way with both small and large actors, where we initially take a larger part of the value chain before when we see that we step back because there are other people that are good at mass production. And that is basically how we work with all our applications. That we, for instance, with air quality, we work with a small actors such as Leading Light just to get market traction, and then we can, for higher volume, work with other actors where the manufacturing can be made with a company such as Little Fuse, where we have an ongoing collaboration. Same with battery and hydrogen. We work with PowerCell as well as Ante Powers, which are fairly small players, to develop and get market traction of our technology and learn the market. But then it's other type of larger global players that we see get interested in the technology, and where we can take a step back and it becomes more of a license type of sales for the large volumes. About the company, we are now 12 employees. We have recently strengthened our board with Jonas Inger, who comes in with a commercial focus, but still a heart for technology. So I think that is a very strong mix supporting us. We have in the team, we have a good mix with market and sales and business development people, but still have our core knowledge with technology development and product development. And of course, we work strongly with our academic partners at both Chalmers and Uppsala, for instance. We have been listed at the Spotlight stock market for a little bit more than 5 years. We have a value of about 25 million euros. Definitely more than 2,000 shareholders. I see a little bit different figures on that, and have currently a strong funding since a little bit more than a year ago. So to summarize, we have a innovative sensor platform that are active and where we sell in important areas where we try to help on a global scale. For air quality, to make better decisions how to solve the air quality problems. For batteries, to get more out of batteries that currently can't be used by measuring inside the cell. And for hydrogen, to solve the problems with safety around hydrogen handling, both inside transportation methods as well as infrastructure. And we have a technology that is verified, and it's becoming more and more verified as we sell it as research instruments. It's patented, and it's a platform that is small, robust, sensitive, yet scalable. And with these areas, research instruments are on the market, has had a continuous sales. Air quality is very early sales. Hydrogen and battery is moving on into demonstrations in real life. That's my presentation. I hope I kept my time in a good manner, and hope to have some good questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrik Dahlqvist from Insplorion. I have one question here. We took questions from all you attendees prior to this event, so I have them here in my script. And here's one for you, Patrik. Which battery sizes / applications is Insplorion ideal for?
We started out with the automotive industry, so that's where we have much data. So when it comes to which battery chemistries that we have tried at least 4. We are not dependent for specific chemistries, but there are so far, except for sodium ion, are different varieties of lithium ion. LFP and NMC are the 2 chemistries that we have mostly worked with. And we have both worked with coin cells, patch cells, and pouch cells. Coin and patch are mainly used in research, while the pouch cell is the more dominant cell type, especially for which is growing more for automotive. But we see automotive as the long-term goal. There are quite a few battery applications getting there. For instance, working with industrial power tools and also supercars and utility vehicles.
Well, thank you very much, Patrik Dahlqvist from Insplorion, and best of luck.
Thank you.
The next speaker comes from Talkpool. His name is Erik Strömstedt, and he is CEO. And Talkpool's mission is to service networks and to enable solutions that allow people and things to communicate efficiently. Welcome up on stage, Erik.
Tack så mycket. Ja, hörs det bra? Alltså. Jag heter Erik Strömstedt, representerar Talkpool och hoppas få några slides snart som jag kan hänga upp min presentation på. Ja, då börjar jag berätta om Talkpool helt enkelt. Som nämndes här i början så är Talkpool också ett teknikföretag naturligtvis som jobbar med digitala lösningar för kommunikation, internetkommunikation för människor och saker. Vi har varit i kommunikationsbranschen i 20 år och byggt och utvecklat nät och lösningar för kommunikation inom telekom sedan år 2000 ungefär. Och kan vi få nästa slide eller nästa slide till och med? Den ja, perfekt. Tack så mycket. Precis. Och sen 6 år tillbaka så utvecklar vi också egna lösningar för Internet of Things. Och vi har nu fokuserat på smart buildings inom Internet of Things och också inom Network Services har vi nu fokuserat på att försöka utveckla lösningar som också är baserade på IoT för att göra de här Network Services som vi också som sagt har levererat under många år smartare också. Det här är då 2 bilder på en typisk, som vad vi kallar för en site, en telekom-site med basstationer och radioutrustning för att kommunicera för ett mobilnät. Och till höger en byggnad då som vi utrustar med all typ av teknik för att göra den smartare som vi säger. Jag återkommer lite grann till exakt vad vi gör. Firman har funnits som sagt i 20 år och sen 2016 shall I do it in English? Sorry. Do you prefer English? Sorry. Let's switch to English. Sorry about that. We've been on the market for 20 years. Now we've been listed on Nasdaq First North since 2016. And we have today a valuation of around 10 million euros. We've had a growth story. We communicated this as we did our IPO that we would grow through acquisitions. We acquired 3 companies and we grew from around 9 million euros in 2014 to 20 million last year. And the number of employees is today a bit over 1,000 employees. So we went from 200 up to a bit more than 1,000. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, this is an overview of existing customers that we were working with. As you can see, a lot of prominent customers in the network services area, telecom customers, operators, equipment vendors like Ericsson and Nokia, but also increasingly a number of real estate companies and also construction companies. Still most of them here in the Nordic countries, but also step by step moving out in the rest of the world. We're established in on all continents and all geographical regions. We have our headquarters in Switzerland, and we have had 10 to 12 daughter companies around the world in most regions, as I said, primarily Europe, Middle East and Middle America. So this is, I will not go into details about those customers, but we're pretty proud of this collection and this reference list of happy customers. Okay, thanks. So then I take control now. This is our business strategy. As I said, we've been developing and realizing solutions for networks or for communication, mostly in telecoms for many years. So this is basically our base, and this is also so what we call the Grand Master Plan that we communicated when we did our IPO, that we will, in 3 steps, go from a network services company and grow to now as we call it, a smart buildings company. And We're already in the second stage where we have, as I said, acquired a number of network services companies. We have had a certain growth, not as much as we were expecting, but nevertheless, we're now moving into the next step, which is digitizing buildings with our own solutions for IoT, and also digitizing the surveillance of those telecom sites. And we're also now looking at acquiring IoT companies. Until now, it was only network services companies. Next step is to look for complementing good IoT companies that fits well into our portfolio. And the ultimate step is to offer those solutions as a service to our customers. I will come back to how we will do that. So we have two business units now. Smart networks on one hand, which is the legacy business, smart buildings, which is the newer, but already, as I said, 5-6 years in that market as well. And they are both now fueled by this IoT technology, the IoT platform that we have. So we, of course, we also still deliver design and realization of networks, mobile networks of all kinds. But we're focusing more and more on delivering this in a smart way and doing managed services based on those IoT solutions. So what we're doing, we're monitoring and serving those cell sites, as we saw before. But we can also now, we can predict what's going to happen, and we can do this smarter and more efficient. And we will also use artificial intelligence to our help. And ultimately, we can also support our customers with data mining and draw clever conclusions about what's happening in their network out there. In the smart buildings, I will show you later, but we offer all kinds of solutions. Individual metering of power and water is one of them, to control the consumption of power and water, but also, of course, to improve the climate and the indoor environment. And as a next step, we will digitize the whole building with all kinds of services for the tenants, but primarily for the owners of the building. So in the area of smart buildings, it's about digitizing the building. We're doing it from the bottom up, so to say, in the sense that we're controlling the building as such now. We have our own solutions. I don't know if you've seen it, but we have our own developed sensors. We have our own platform now. So we have end-to-end solutions that we offer, partly with third-party products involved, of course, but also with a lot of own products. We do this kind of sub-metering of power and water already, mainly for commercial buildings, but also for residential buildings. And this is, as I said, about controlling the energy consumption, but also to creating a more productive and a better indoor environment. And now with Corona, I mean, healthy environments is more important than ever, right? We also help the building owners to certify the buildings. There are all kinds of green certification of buildings, and we're part of that process to make sure that they control the consumption of power and energy in the buildings. A part of that is controlling the HVAC stands for heating and ventilation and air conditioning systems. So we make them smart in the sense that in a building where people are not, we measure the carbon dioxide in a room like this, for example. And if the carbon dioxide goes up in the room, that means that there's people in the room, and that activates the ventilation system. And if there are no people in the room, the ventilation goes down, heating as well, and the system learns with AI, learns after a while how the behavior in the building is, and that way we can optimize the use of power, and we also optimize the air quality in the room, so it's not getting stuffy in the room. We make sure to flush the room with fresh air for viruses of course as well, but more for the productivity and for the well-being of the people in the building. We also have sensors measuring humidity, leakages, and that is primarily to prevent bigger damages. There's a big cost for many building owners, and even if you have your own house, you know what happens if you have a leakage in your bathroom, and we have solutions to prevent that. Next steps in those buildings, as you see here, not only to measure power and so on, but also to offer access alarms, all kinds of other alarms, and fire, for example, burglar alarms. A natural next step would also be to get an even more power efficient solution is, of course, to connect solar panels to this. This is something we're doing for the cellular sites as well. And in the end, we have this platform already. We have an app that we will offer to the building owners, but also to the tenants. But we're primarily a business-to-business company. We're not offering solutions for smart homes, but for smart buildings. And as you see here, you can save a lot of energy with those solutions. Water consumption, if you measure individually how much a tenant uses, that will control the use of water and electricity significantly. And also those air quality solutions are saving a lot of energy for the building owners. In network services then, of course, as I said, we're building those networks for our customers, network operators, also the network vendors. But step by step, we're making this smarter as well. Oops. There are new technologies coming out now. I mean, on the user side, mobile internet has been hot for many years, but if you look at the infrastructure side, there has been a price pressure over many years, and we have our Chinese friends to thank for that. Huawei and ZTE and their likes, went into this business a number of years ago and subsidized by the Chinese governments. They were basically giving away their equipment and their services, so the prices went like this, and everyone in the market suffered from that. Now, as you know, in some countries they are even locked out, and their dominance in the market is much lower now. So that phase is kind of over, and now 5G is coming. In some countries it's already rolled out, but it's not activated yet, and it's not fully into service. And that will, of course, create a boom of services work for companies like us. All those sites, many more sites in a 5G network than in a 4G network. So all those sites have to be built. So a number of sites, all of them have to be connected with fiber equipment, fiber networks, which is also something we do. So this is also a big opportunity for us, of course. And as I said, we can do those sites and this equipment smarter with the new technology that we offer. And the customers are typically tower companies. That's a new type of customers for us. They are the big investment companies going in and buying all those tower sites and leasing them back to the operators. So that's a kind of a private property company as well, or a building owner as well. So they have similarities with the smart buildings that we are doing. If we look at the development lately, if you have followed us since the IPO, we had a good development initially, then it was a bit lame for a couple of years. And we invested a lot. We had a pretty aggressive growth plan. The last 2 years we've developed a lot of solutions, but the market has not been there. The IoT market has been slow, which means that last year we made losses on the bottom line. And to get on top of that, we've now done a turnaround. We're focusing more. We also slimlined our organization, and we're just now negotiating bigger contracts, and we see the growth, a new phase of growth coming the coming number of years. And we also have some markets that are not core for us. They are not profitable, and we are selling off some of those operations in countries like Mexico and Uganda. we're also discontinuing non-core activities and some of the verticals in IoT as well. Initially, as you have seen here before, there are so many applications you can use IoT for, and we have been into many of those verticals. Now we've decided to focus on smart buildings because that's where we are strong, that's where we are established, we have a good name, and that's also going to help us to concentrate and to make ourselves more lean and mean and efficient. Yes. So, why would you invest in Talkpool? Well, green and healthy is of course buzzwords today, but it's true in our case. As I said, we're measuring indoor air quality, we're controlling energy consumption, and in that sense we are really working on a sustainable story. The markets are taking off now, as we see. The digitization is on everyone's lips, of course, but it's also happening now. It's been a lot of talk about it for many years, but especially in the areas we are in, network services, in buildings, we see it coming now. I mean, some of those companies have not been very mature when it comes to technology, but now they realize that they have to catch up, and we already have a lot of test installations with some of the customers you saw before, some of the biggest companies in Sweden and in Europe, and this is picking up now, definitely. And as I said, we've been investing a lot in IoT solutions for many years, and this has come with a cost, of course, but now we can switch to focusing on sales, scaling up, offering this to our customers, and also looking into acquisitions of IoT companies, as we've been planning all the time. The valuation of the company has been a bit lame. You're not supposed to comment your own valuation, but we still think so. From that point of view, we think there is a definite upside, and we also see a new growth phase coming up, as I said. So these are really good reasons to look at Talkpool. As I said, we're listed on the market, so you can buy through the market. But we also need money to do those acquisitions and for our organic growth. So we're planning to offer a 3 years convertible now at a 5% interest rate and a conversion rate at 22 crowns, which is actually the same rate, the same price that we went out to the stock market with 4 years ago. Here you also see how the share price has developed. We went up to 70, and then for a while we were around 30, 40. Now it's been a bit depressed for a year, but we definitely hope for a better trend here. So if you're interested in this, interested in Talkpool, please contact me here on this email address or on the numbers. All the contact information is on our website on internet. So I think that's all I plan to say for now.
Thank you, Erik Strömstedt. A question about competition.
Yes.
Since more and more companies are moving into the property sensor market, what is your take on competition?
I mean, for once, we're established on the market already. We have a close relation with those customers like Atrium Ljungberg, as I said, one of the biggest companies in Sweden. So we're already there. We have our relation. We have our solutions installed already. And this is the kind of solutions. We call it Talkpool Inside. We have water meters that we digitized, and our solutions is built into the water meters, which means that on one hand, the water meter suppliers have our technology built into their products that they're selling all over the world. On the other hand, the property owners have our solutions also installed in the buildings already. And that makes me think that we have, as I said before, a sticky solution, meaning that we have long-term relations, and it's a dependency relation, but also a partner relation with our customers that I think will sustain. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Erik Strömstedt from Talkpool.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now moving on to the first panel discussion. We will have a few people here live and one people with us on Zoom. So it's now my pleasure to introduce the panelists. Jörgen Axelsson from Zettervalls. Please come up on stage. Welcome. And we have Niklas Holmgren from Nasdaq, Global Listings Manager at Nasdaq. And we have also from Ericsson, Hannah Maurer-Sibley, who is Head of Networks at Ericsson. Warm welcome to you, Hannah. And we have with us on Zoom, Mats Pellback-Sharp from Ericsson. And I'm going to join you here and on this chair. So, 5G. Let's start talking about 5G for a minute or two, each one of you. Hannah, would you like to start? What is the impact of 5G on Internet of Things, the connection here, and what can we look forward to in the future?
Well, I think we have lots of things to look forward to. Of course, it's a favorite topic if you ask anyone from Ericsson what 5G can do for industries, for IoT, for the personal lives of all of us. So I hope we have plenty of things to look forward to. 5G is, as we know, rolling out globally now. We will have it also here in Sweden, not too far out, we hope. And the benefit that 5G brings to all of us is quite big if we decide as an industry to realize it. So the capacity can be doubled or tripled or actually up to 100 times, depends on how much spectrum each of the countries will have and deploy into. The latency can be heavily reduced so that you can have the fingertips can be your, probably the longest time is your own reaction time when you come into getting to these applications and the self-steering cars and so forth. So I think 5G, once it's deployed, can really change things, and it can be a really high impact to IoT and to all of our lives.
Let's move to Mats, who's with us here on Zoom. Mats Pellback-Sharp, he's Head of Sustainability at Ericsson. And the implications for your work with sustainability at Ericsson of 5G, Mats?
Yeah, thank you. I think from a sustainability perspective, of course, I don't know if we realize this, but most of the drivers that we are seeing right now are coming from sustainability. I don't think that, for instance, heavy transports would move from diesel to renewables or electrification if it wasn't for the sustainability aspects. The same is valid across the board. So it is in fact one of the great drivers, but also one of the great opportunities to solve some of the problems. And I think in the Exponential Roadmap report that we participated in writing together with civil society and academia, it is clear that we will not be able to make and solve the climate crisis without digitalization and 5G. And why 5G then? I mean, most of the things that we do today on massive IoT, we can do on 4G and narrowband IoT, but the 5G is the difference. For instance, I talked about heavy vehicles, and that is one of my favorite examples. I think that it will be a convergence between the transport infrastructure, the electricity grid, electricity infrastructure, and the mobile infrastructure specifically as all of these vehicles are moving around. And that is to manage the power requirements, and you need sort of edge cloud, the latency topics to be able to manage these when you connect these heavy vehicles in massive, and also then managing it on a grid based on renewables instead of big revolving masses in the networks that stabilize the network.
Thank you very much, Mats Pellback-Sharp. Niklas Holmberg, from Nasdaq's perspective, many of these companies will be talking about 5G and the Internet of Things. From your perspective, what could you say about this development?
Yes, I come actually direct from a listing with a German gaming company listed at Nasdaq First North, and all the power that comes with 5G, it will up new companies, new solution. Brave entrepreneurs will take these ideas, and then Nasdaq will be happy to support them and take them to the next level. And I also think that a lot of this company will have a lot of interest, not just from institutional investors, but also from the extremely strong equity culture that we have in Sweden from retail investors. So I think that's a lot of opportunities for good growth within these companies.
So Jürgen, from Zetterfall's perspective, regulations in this field, what comments can you bring to us?
We have to start with to ensure that everyone is able to use 5G, and we may start to say Sweden is a little bit behind, but in end of this year, presumably in November, the auction will take place, and after that we have a frequency on the operators. So that's kind of the first step to build the infrastructure platform, you may say. However, maybe that's not the most challenging thing in the legal perspective. The more challenging thing is coming, and that's actually related to data. There will be a tremendous flow of data, and honestly, the EU is behind both United States and also China, and there is now a lot of ambitions on the EU level to try to take some really big step forwards. The EU have had a little bit other aspect on this comparing with the US and maybe China as well. That is, we started actually to focus on the personal data, how to secure fair treatment of personal data. Now we have this lovely GDPR framework in place, and now it's time for the next step. How should we protect data? How should data be used between different players in the private field?
And do you foresee any timeline for this being in place?
Well, timeline. The EU, they have started a lot of work in this. We will hopefully see some concrete work during next year. However, we always have to remember that EU is not that fast. It's always the Commission, the Parliament, and so on. But there's a lot of white papers, there are a lot of other initiatives from the Commission that is in place, and hopefully during next year we will see some concrete work. And it's very much focused from the EU perspective on these kind of questions, because from a Swedish perspective, I think we have to remember we always have to treat this at least on the EU level.
Thank you very much, Jörgen Axelsson. Hanna Mauro Sibley, in terms of, is there anything that is too far in this field of IoT and AI? Do we have to regard any limits, any borders for this development?
Well, any limits? I guess we always say that the sky is the limit, right? But I really can't see that right now we know what the limit would be in that case. But I think if we look at what we have seen for now, when we introduced 4G globally, we saw that brought up the app ecosystems, right? I mean, everyone has now, we're all glued to our smartphones, right? And all that industry, and you talked about the industry growth. So that whole, ecosystem just exploded with the mobile data. So now we will have 5G. So what can that bring then? And what would the limit be? But I think let's look more at the opportunities. If we had this app ecosystem really blooming and evolving after we had mobile data with 4G, maybe it would be the enterprises and the industries and the digitalization of industries. That would be the new ecosystem with 5G. Maybe that would be the fun new thing to look forward to. And I'm sure there will be lots of companies that would be interested in that growth. So anything we heard earlier here from Talkpool, for example. So anything from connected industries, connected devices, making sure people don't have to be in hazardous environments, right? Maybe we don't want to be having people in mines or on oil platforms or in places where people really shouldn't be. So I think I would like to say that instead of creating limits, let's try to remove the places where we don't want to be at. Let's try to make sure that the industrial 4.0, for example, really gets a good connectivity with 5G in order to take the next step, to be more efficient, to be more safe, and to just really unlock lots of new value with 5G.
Thank you very much, Hanna. Mats, what is your opinion of there is a debate on some platforms in society about the health hazards and environmental hazards of 5G? Or what could you say about this to reassure us?
Well, I think there is, from a physical perspective, there is no difference on radio waves if you use them for 2G, 3G, radio, TV, and so on, or if you use them for 5G. So all of that, I think, is the fear for the new to a large degree, and an opportunity for people that are interested in creating some sort of havoc or unease to raise concerns because of digital, social media. It's easier now to get concerns driven around. So I think that there is no difference, and for us and for everybody that builds 5G, we are following the same safety standards that we have done before, and there is no evidence whatsoever on any risks related to radio signaling. So I think that, and that has been reaffirmed by a lot of authorities around the world, and they also include 5G in those statements. So I think we can rest reassured that this will not change that from that perspective.
Thank you very much for clearing this out for us, Mats. Niklas, in this era or this time of the pandemic, we shouldn't call it an era because we definitely do not like it, for obvious reasons, in terms of demand for companies that focus on virtual services, what can you say from the Nasdaq perspective?
Yes, of course, there are many kind of sectors or companies that have benefit from the COVID-19, and what we right now see, we were supposed to have a very strong pipeline for Q2 this year, but some of the processes was just stopped. The whole market tried to understand what is happening right now. So some of them are coming back right now, and then you also see the new company that for example, 1,200 company owned by PEs, private equity firms today, and of course 1 of 10 of them have benefit and have a completely different level in terms of valuation right now. But what we would like to highlight, and that I think is very interesting for us as Swedes, is that we have so many new companies coming up, new technologies, brave entrepreneurs, and investors today understand, also non-Nordic investors, that if you would like to be part of a growth journey, look in the north, look at Sweden, because here you can help the company and take the company to the next level. With that said, in the rest of Europe, you have family and friends, business angels, and VCs that support the company, but you don't have the public market. And if you're a company that sell your product maybe to large corporates or to government, it also means a lot of in terms of credibility to be a public company. So some of this company will benefit to be listed on Nasdaq, not just for raising capital, but also in terms of credibility, because maybe the founder is 29 years old and you are just 15 people within the company, and they manage to get large contracts. So when I'm looking for growth on Nasdaq First North, I see that we can help them with a lot of things. Also, we try to open up our network. If the company want to increase their business to the US market, we'll make sure that they have the right connection. So we hope to be a part of this growth for Swedish fantastic companies. Yes.
Thank you. And Jörgen, from Zettervall's perspective, do you have any comments on what Niklas just said in terms of growth and the look at the north?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. We are working heavily in the technology sector, and I think we are assisting a lot of the companies knocking on Nasdaq's door. I think it's many different interesting areas. I think we have a particular focus on the fintech sector. That's also due for regulations and so on. It's opening up the traditional banks that will be challenged from newcomers. We have also seen, especially now during this pandemic, that the health tech sector is a huge sector, and we see, of course, a lot of companies that have a lot of clients in that sector. And then, of course, the 5G is also, the basic for IoT, the industry, and we have clients in that sector. And then we haven't mentioned it, but the cloud. I mean, there is a the traditional cloud industry, if there is such thing as a traditional cloud industry, but that will also be a bit challenged from other players. So there's a lot of things going on in the technology sector, and I'm happy that we are working a lot with clients in that sector.
Yeah, and just to comment on sectors that we see strong growth within, it's clean tech companies. So I was down in the Lund last week, meeting 5-6 companies, and some of them said, okay, we have a great solution now, but when 5G will be possible for us, we have a next level of our products. So even I think that we can use that in a very ESG-friendly company that will benefit from that. And I think I have 6-7 companies now within clean tech, broader clean tech, that are looking for IPOs opportunities. So that is nice.
That's promising. Right, Mats, being a sustainability officer, promising with the ESG focus. Mats, Ericsson is very much involved in the exponential climate roadmap work. Could you give a few words on the connection with what you see in this work and what we need to focus on investing in companies that really work on ESGs and clean tech?
I think that what we see today is that we need to halve emissions by 2030 to have a chance to reach the 1.5 degree that is so dearly needed if you look on the International Panel of Climate Change. And halving emissions in this short time will be impossible if we don't scale the solutions very, very fast. So I think that investing in the right solutions and the right digital solutions will help us scale the things that we need to do, and that is across sectors. And clean tech is, of course, a word for making more energy efficient solutions and other things, but they also serve across industries and across sectors. So I think that from that perspective, what we see, for instance, is that the ICT sector, our sector, is 1.5% of the global emissions, but we can, and we have demonstrated through Ericsson research and other company research, that we can enable savings in other sectors with up to 15% of the global emissions. So 10 times our industry's emission we can reduce in other sectors, in transport, in smart buildings we heard earlier, in agriculture and across the board. So, but we need to scale these solutions fast. So I think that is really the key message. How can we get them to scale and use the existing solutions and scale them fast?
Thank you very much, Mats. And we saw already in the first company's presentations that there is a strong focus on this, right? Hanna, Jörgen mentioned cloud. I'd like to hear you talk a little bit about the technology evolution towards cloud and AI.
Right. So traditional cloud infrastructure or players, it's great. I guess we've come pretty far in cloud now. We have traditional players. So the cloud is, of course, really important when we are going to realize these low latency and very high compute type of use cases. We talk about use cases in the 5G era. And if you have, for example, an industry where you want to have multiple cameras set up, you want to make sure that a certain person in the factory are making, the component fitting in the right type of vehicle or car or whatever it could be in the right place, and it's the right component. It's not the wrong component, because that also has safety. So the cloud compute will be important to have, sometimes very, very local, very central to where the computing is needed. So then you can talk about a distributed cloud in the sense where you actually have computer and data rendering really close to where the use cases are performed. On the other hand, you can also talk about that you can collect lots of compute power and data power up in the cloud further away from where the use cases are being actually activated. And there is, of course, the way that you can have a data lake and you can really make use of more data across many, many types of industries and many types of different factory or floor plants. So I think the cloud is becoming more important in many ways. One is because you can actually have compute close to where it's needed if you want to really have the low latency use cases with self-driving cars and really robots that are talking and working together simultaneously on a factory floor. And then, of course, also to have a more cloud computing environment further away. So cloud is really something that will be stretched across many types of industries and many types of locations. And it's one of the technology cornerstones, I would say, to really make a leveraging part of the 5G era. So we'll see more of cloud, for sure.
Thank you very much, Hanna. Would you like to comment, Jörgen? Yes?
Yeah, I can. I mean, I have worked in the IT sector maybe for 25 years, and traditionally a lot of assignments is related to delivery of IT systems. And I mean, 15 years ago, then it was more of a traditional one. You acquire servers, and then you have data centers and so on. And today, I must say, 90% is cloud. And again, going back to the EU perspective, I mean, honestly, today, if we look on the public cloud and the infrastructure, I mean, we have 3 major suppliers on the public side, and all of them are US-based. And I think from the EU perspective, there is also initiative saying that we have to build up a stronger cloud industry within Europe. Totally. And we see what, so there's a lot of kind of investment, there's a lot of thoughts about regulations and so on, and we will see what's happened on that side. Hopefully also some progress during 2021.
Well, thank you very much. In terms of IoT, let's take a step back and focus on that again. IoT in the 5G area. Hanna, I'd like you to give us some forecasting.
Oh, goodness.
Yes, go ahead. Bring it on.
Forecasting. Oh, my, that's not my strong area, I must say. So what we're looking at is, of course, the number of connected IoT devices, right? And we've talked about the billion connected devices, 25 billion connected devices. What does that really mean? So exactly where we will land, I think it's more of, a vision that we want to state, right? But, and I think many of us don't really think about that we're all already in an IoT world. We just don't really think about it maybe all the time. But there are Apple Watches, there are smart homes, there are geolocation of boats, there are turning on your heater in your country house in the winter time, fire alarms that are connected. There's so much already that is IoT, but when we start talking IoT, it feels like, oh, it's something else. But it really, really isn't. It's all about us, and it's all about whatever touch points we have, if it's be in the industry or within ourselves, or if it's our social media connected. So it's all about us, and I think it's already here. So forecasting, I guess, then would be how many connected touch points can we all have as humans? So that will be one. But then, of course, all the stuff around us, right? If everything now gets connected. So I think one of the leaders of Ericsson once said, anything that has a benefit of being connected will eventually be connected.
Well, thank you very much. This is all indeed very exciting and promising, right? Thank you very much, Jörgen, and Niklas, and Hanna, and Mats with us on Zoom for sharing your insights in this first panel talk. Thank you. And now, dear viewers back home, as we are standing up, please you two stand up. Sitting down for too long makes your body stiff and your brain sluggish. So if you can, please stand up in front of your computers, and we will get the stage ready for the next speaker. And he will talk about, he wants to revolutionize digital control of electrified powertrain. And his name is Rainer Kallenbach, and he is with us on Zoom, and his company is called Silicon Mobility.
Hello, good morning to Stockholm. Sorry that I have to call you out of my home office. I would like to introduce you to a company where I'm the CEO since the beginning of this year. The company is called Silicon Mobility. Just allow me to share my screen for the presentation. Here we are. Silicon Mobility is a fabless semiconductor and software company. We are currently 55 people located in the south of France, in a city called Sophia Antipolis. This is the French Silicon Valley. Now we are developing technology, and what we are doing is we specialized and dedicated exclusively for electric vehicles. And probably you know already, electric vehicles are the future of transportation. And there are currently three main issues that OEMs and tier ones have in building electric vehicles. One is the efficiency, to allow vehicles to travel greater distances with the least amount of power input. The second one is the sustainability. There are many discussions about batteries and materials used. So if you can go with less resources, it's certainly better. Last but not least, for consumers to buy such a vehicle, it's also the affordability. We think with our technology, we can contribute to these targets and issues. And currently our use cases are what you see here on the picture, are dedicated to passenger vehicles, public transportation, also new mobility. So it's not only battery EVs and hybrid EVs, but also fuel cell EVs have an electric drivetrain. So you can use it also there. And also bike, scooters, other transportation means are in the target. There is way more application areas for the technology. So in the future, we might also go into electric ships, so tankers, trains, or electric jets, planes, drones. So there are no limitation. Wherever you have an electric power train, you can use what we are developing. Now, our big vision and target is to make electric powertrains more efficient by intelligent control. We use semiconductor and software solutions, and the potential for improvements that we are addressing are quite big. Simulations in the WLTP drive cycle, this is a standard in the industry, show that compared with conventional solutions, we may extend the electrical vehicle range out of the same battery capacity by up to 30%. Or if you wouldn't go for the range, you might also downsize the battery and reduce the powertrain weight, cost, and charging time in the same order of magnitude. So that's the potential that is addressed by our technology. Now, what does the technology consist of? It's actually a dedicated controller chip. We call it an FPCU, Field Programmable Control Unit. And it's the related embedded software. We call it OLEA app for applications, and it comes in different variations. The OLEA, by the way, is the Latin word for the olive tree, which is a very useful plant for mankind. It gets very old, and it's growing in the neighborhood of our office. So let's talk about the chip, and more details in a minute. It's a dedicated automotive semiconductor for electric powertrain. It controls electric powertrains in a very fast, real-time way by parallelized architecture with 100% predictability and accuracy. It replaces legacy multi-core chips that are today the norm in the industry that have been developed for combustion engines, but they are not optimal for electric powertrains. And the chip comes also with development environment. We call it composer and software libraries. So car makers and suppliers can do their own controls using our very powerful chip. There are many new companies in electromobilities. They like to get complete applications from us. And for them, we are developing a range of applications, which we call OLEA Up, for the inverter, for DC-DC converter, and also for onboard charger. I'll talk more on that in a minute. The semiconductor is a very powerful platform, and it's the first controller chip that is really dedicated for electric powertrain control. It is very flexible to use in the design. It's capable to optimize a large number of critical, safe, and real-time in-car functions. And to do that, we have a highly parallel architecture. So The instructions are not processed in a serial manner like in a usual controller, but it's done in parallel by a 24 parallel signal processor. And such, it gets 40 times faster in the control processing compared to legacy solutions with today mainstream devices. There's also some safety logic in it that monitors all the time everything that is happening in the chip and in the system. Of course, powertrain is safety critical. And we can do a 1,000 times faster fault detection compared with a legacy solution. We have about 25 patents on the architecture and also on the safety technology. And the safety technology has been recently certified by TÜV SGS according to ASIL-D, which is the highest safety integrity level. Let's talk about the algorithms. The picture shows you a simplified electric powertrain. Here you have the plug that's charging. You have an onboard charger that is then charging the battery in the vehicle. The battery might be a 48-volt device for small vehicles like bikes or let's say very small cars, or it might be a high-volt battery. So the technology is suitable for both. Typically then, the flow from the battery goes through an inverter. Maybe there's an additional optional DC-DC converter in front of it. The inverter then controls the motor, or several motors if they are present, and they drive the wheels. So you have multiple energy conversions. In each of the energy conversions, you can use our chip and you can use our application. And if you use it in the inverter, you can gain up to 20% efficiency by reducing the waste in the control, the losses. So that's the highest potential we can achieve. And if we add an additional DC-DC converter in front of it, which supplies then the inverter with variable voltage, you can gain another 15%. Also in the charger, you can gain up to 10%. So if you multiply that out, you get 32% even in a simulation of energy gain from battery to wheels compared to standard solutions, and up to 39% from grid to wheels. So that's the potential. By the way, we measure this always in WLTP, so in real world drive cycles. That is an application which is more demanding than just using the optimum point. We have gained already a lot of customer traction. You see it here. I'm sorry that I cannot give you the name. This is always confidential, but you see the type of the customer symbolized, and you see also some flags that shows you where the customer is located in which area. So you see all European flags of car countries. You see, however, also China, and you see also some of the US. Our developments typically go through the automotive cycle, which means we start after discussions with the first engagement. Then we do some pre-bench analysis, typically simulations, concept analysis, or confess. Then, and that's the most important step, we do a customer bench at the customer site. So that means his drivetrain, his inverter, his motor is equipped with our technology, and we make comparative measurements on how we are performing, and we can optimize the whole thing according to the customer's demands. If that's successful, we can then go towards A sample, B sample, and C samples, which means we are coming closer into a vehicle integration, closer to manufacturing. You see here the production is the target. Our most advanced program currently is in C sample status, and it's planned to go into serious production next year. It's a 48-volt Chinese application, small volume to start with, but very promising application field. And you might know that 48-volt is a big market segment that's probably bigger than the 800-volt or high-voltage applications. The majority of the applications here are high-voltage applications. So how do our customers apply it? This shows you a little bit architecture. Sorry for the technical slide, but as we are in the Tech Summit, I wanted to show it to you. A conventional architecture is using MCUs, chips that have been optimized for combustion engine in order to apply it for an electrical engine, which is spinning faster and having different control demands. you typically use an FPGA and DSP, and then you run through the power electronics and control the motor. With our chip, it can be way more simple. You just use the chip. Everything is integrated. No FPGA, no dedicated DSP, just one chip, and it has a different architecture. So it has all these features. So compared with the left side, 40 times faster acceleration and 1,000 times faster reaction time to system faults. There's also, as many of our customers have some legacy in software running on these MCU chips, they can continue to use the MCU chip, maybe in a smaller version, and add just our chip as a companion chip. So that still brings significant performance and also cost gains compared to what is conventionally done. Yeah, we are ready with a chip for high volume production. The chip is in C-sample stage. It has been qualified according to AEC-Q 100. And I want to mention that we have a very powerful manufacturing partner. You know, we are a fabless semiconductor company, and our manufacturing partner is GlobalFoundries. And I think GlobalFoundries is among the sponsors of this event. Thank you for that. For packaging and testing, we are using Amkor. So you see, these are two leading suppliers to supply mass market high volume application. For a small company, it's very important that we have all the qualifications in the automotive world. It's quite a challenge. I already mentioned the AEC-Q 100. We are just of today running a renewal of our ISO qualification, and our software is AUTOSAR compatible. And I mentioned it already earlier. We are very proud that we have received the ASIL D qualification earlier this year regarding the technology. So the qualifications are there. This is not an issue for the customers. Let's talk about the money. Actually, we can use of our chips between 1 or 3 in each car, up to 4 to 7. So that is certainly our target. And we are either replacing or complementing traditional microcontrollers. And if we look at the growth of electric mobiles, and we have some excellent news these days, now the market is really accelerating, I think, all over the world. We assume 40 million vehicles being built with electrified technology of the different cases, mild, full hybrid, plug-in, battery, fuel cell. So 40 million vehicles by the year 2025. And that means that the total addressable market is in the range of 2 billion euro or dollar, whatever you like. The market analysis is based from data from renowned data analysts by Strategy Analytics. If we look what we can reach and take our estimated turnover of about $10 per unit, which is not only the hardware, but also a good part of the software, then we believe that we can reach close to 10 or 11% by 2025 of that market. So, and that means, obviously, we need some financing for the growth. So far, we have been financed by A and B rounds, by private funds, by the founders, by some additional private investors. We are currently on a bridge financing until the end of the year. Starting from the beginning of the year, next year, we are raising new funding, and that is what we're targeting to gain C-round financing that brings us until EBIT break-even, and EBIT break-even is targeted to be at the end of 2023. And you see the business case is impressive. The scaling comes up from the multiplication of chip volumes that are sold. And with the volumes, with the projects that we have today in perspective, this looks still, well, ambitious, but reachable. We have a highly experienced and successful team that we obviously also want to grow. The company is led by the founder, Bruno Pocard. He is acting also as a COO. Since the beginning of the year, I have joined as CEO, Bruno is a very experienced semiconductor guy. He has served 30 years experienced in the semiconductor industry, and he is a multiple founder of successful startups. I have been serving more than 30 years the big automotive industry, mainly with Bosch, where I was executive vice president and president for the last 15 years. And I have started to join the company to bring in the mass market automotive experience into the company. We have a young team, but with several experienced also vice presidents. I don't present them individually to you, but believe me, it's very capable. We have people from prior companies with a large experience and good background. We have also a quite impressive board of directors. It's headed by Burkhard Göschel. He's the chairman. He has been previously executive vice president, total vehicle, and also board member of BMW. And we have also, as two further industry representatives, we have Claude Lechelet from Valeo Powertrain. He's now retired, and also Jean-Marc Nosrin. He was also previously president of Continental Powertrain. The other representatives are the representatives of our main investors, CPO and Capital E. Well, I already talked about the Series C growth round. So we are targeting to raise 20 million in Series C to finance industrialization and growth. So far, we have been financed through 16.5 million in equity funding and additional 6 million in non-dilutive government grants. And the fresh money will be used for scaling, mainly the organization to deliver globally, customer support teams, but also to develop additional apps and semiconductors. We have the second generation of the chip already in the design. There's a first prototype existing. It will give another factor of 40 of performance over the first generation. So we get a factor of 1600 compared to a legacy technology. Customers like it, so they urge us, but to develop the chip in silicon and bring it out, which we target for mid of next year, that requires an investment. Last but not least, the strong growth and also the volume needs to be financed. So you need quite some working capital in the production round. So, and the target financing is also to use that money roughly by 1/3 for each of the areas. Well, let me summarize. There are some key investment highlights. We think we have a highly disruptive product. It's changing the game in electromobility and is opening new perspectives for the control engineers in electric powertrains at OEMs and tier ones. We have won several awards. We are ready for high volume production. We have high intensity customer engagement, more than 40 currently, and it's getting nearly daily more. We have extensive intellectual property, which is also a particularity for a startup, more than 25 patents on the architecture, on the way how we do things in the semiconductor and silicon. And last but not least, we have a world-class team. So I would be happy if I could have your interest and your support at Silicon Mobility. For further information, you may look at our homepage, siliconmobility.com, or you write me directly an email or give me a call. I can be found on LinkedIn, and I'm sure that also in the materials for your conference, there is contact data. Thank you for your interest. I wish you an exciting conference and would be a pleasure to meet you again. Goodbye.
Well, thank you very much, Rainer Kallenbach. I have a question to you. Energy efficiency, obviously key to the rolling out of more electrical vehicles on our roads. What is your input on competition in this field?
The competitors are the big guys. I have, for not making it too complex, skipped the slide, but probably I show it to you. No, you still might see it if you give me the screen once more. So these are the manufacturers of today's MCU, as it's called, multi-core control units in electric powertrain. So that's a billion business with combustion engine. None of them, to our knowledge, currently has the technology and the architecture that we are proposing. Yeah, so they have solution, they are working on solution. None of them has currently a chip that is dedicated 100% to EV application, yeah, which is a difference from combustion engines. So usually they try to modify their technology from the combustion engine to an electric vehicle. So we go a more direct approach. None of that has this. If you think that development of a semiconductor takes at least 2.5 to 3 years, then you see that we have at least 2.5 and 3 years heads up. We are advanced of the competition, and well, the second generation is already coming. So likely they have started. We don't see that, but if they come, we will already be in second generation.
Well, thank you. Looks like you're ahead of the game.
Yeah,
thank you very much, Rainer Kallenbach.
Thank you for your interest and happy for the invitation. Thank you.
We will now move on to the next presentation. You have probably written one. The next presentation comes from the CFO and also Deputy CEO of VOI Technology. And he's already up here on stage. Matthias Hermansson, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and thanks a lot for spending time with us here. And we are obviously very happy to be here with Naventus and our good friend Jonas here, who's heading up Naventus. My name is Matthias, as you heard. I'm the CFO and Deputy CEO of VOI Technology, as we're called. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about, why. First, I think why we exist. Also a little bit what we do, and then finally I think try to tell a little bit about also what we have been doing over the last 6 to 9 months, which has been a quite messy year, I would say, not only for us in mobility, but for most, I guess. So why? I let this sink in a little bit. The founder of VOI is called Fredrik Hjelm, one of the co-founders. He's 29 years old. And has built this company over the last 2 years. He used to live in Moscow, and I actually also spent quite a lot of time in Moscow. But this is just one of the examples of what is wrong with society today. What we do at VOI, we have another vision of the future, and that's the vision of creating cities made for living. And I think that comes from the DNA of the company, that we are maybe more a city-first company rather than almost a technology company first, or even almost even a consumer company first. Just one, if you take one step back and think a little bit about what is significant with the new generation of companies. I think you've seen the Spotifys of the world and the Klarnas and so on. They are all, coming from, the millennial generation. I think and for me, it's a little bit older. I used to be in, large cap listed companies and was probably seen as young, promising for many years. And all of a sudden, I became the oldest one at VOI. And I think when I look at the Klarnas and the Spotifys, I feel that they are run by young people, the new generation. I think what's happening now, when you look at the Krys of the world and also VOIs of the world, they are run by the next generation even. So Fredrik, who's one of the co-founders, he's 29, as I said. And there's a completely different mindset right now, and I'm really happy to be part of that, because I didn't see it before, really. More than having them as a target group for our consumer businesses where I used to work. But here it's really, a passion and purpose-driven company. People go to work and they do that not only because they want to build something or they want to have a salary or they want to have status or whatever it is. They actually on a mission to create something. And I feel that as well. When I sit at home in my suburb, one of the real things is that you want to be able to tell your grandchildren that you were on the right side of history when this change started. You were part of pushing society forward in the right direction. So I just give you a couple of illustrations. What is really wrong and what's happening right now? It's really, even before Corona and COVID, people were actually, both consumers and also politicians were already, of course, thinking about this. I showed one of the other speakers here just before this slide. I think it's, you can talk about, electrification. It's so good, great for the environment. So I'm actually buying a used electric car today, this afternoon. But it doesn't really change the picture. It doesn't really matter if it's combustion engines, if it's electrical engines, or even if it's autonomous, which someone believes will be a kind of a salvation for the future. I used to work in that industry on the board of a company called Sinuity in Gothenburg, for those of you who know it. But it's actually going to create more cars even, probably, if that is playing out right over the next 10, 15 plus years. So what we want to do is, of course, look at the last piece here is find a way to be part of creating a more modern city. People talk a lot about, and particularly in Stockholm. Stockholm is one of the most unregulated markets in Europe when it comes to e-scooters that we do, micromobility. People talk about all the parking clutters. I think this is important to remember, that probably 95% of all streets, of all that's real estate in the streets are made for cars. If you just take one car parking spot, you can fit easily 20 scooters parking there. And we have technology that actually makes it, incentivized for actually people to park in those parking spots. It's also, if you look at, as I mentioned before, energy consumption for micromobility and shared micromobility, we believe will be the future. If you look here, for example, even if you have an electrical vehicle, it's 20 times more energy efficient to go on a shared electrical vehicle compared to electrical cars. When we look then around where does this micromobility sit in all transportations, because we are a mobility company, we try to transport right now at least people from A to B. You can kind of see that 60% of all trips taken in Europe is less than 10 kilometers. And I think when we look at our data that we see, 12% of all the trips that are taken by voice, and right now we're more than 30 million trips have been taken over the last 2 years. 12% of them actually replacing a car trip in the cities. And also, I think what's also important or interesting to see is that a little bit more than half, or almost 2/3 of all trips are actually in connection to public transit or the trips as well. So it's very, very complementary and actually taking away problems for cities. So just a quick few words on actually, who are we and what are we doing? The snapshot is really, as I said, more than 30 million rides in less than 2 years. We are present in around 50 cities across Europe, narrowed down to only focusing on Europe. And we have around 20 public transit collaborations across Europe. So there you can clearly see that this is something we do together with public transit and together with cities. Just to give you a brief overview on actually how does this business look like. I mean, we are not the traditional marketplace, a two-sided marketplace like the Ubers of the world or some of the other ones that you've seen that scales very quickly. We are actually one-sided marketplace. We're a technology-enabled asset manager who's actually providing mobility services for consumers. And just, this, you don't have to go through this slide, it's quite busy. But as you can see, we're involved in everything from designing hardware, designing IoT and connectivity, because just a few years back, this service was not even possible to run because we didn't have the technology that could enable this service. So we do that. We ship them. We have a big logistics business around Europe. So it's heavy operations. I used to joke and say this is a little bit like you marry a Spotify together with Lufthansa's ground operation and try to make sense out of that, because that's how hardcore local operations you have on the ground. And that's everything from charging, battery swapping, repairs, and predictive maintenance, for example. And some things that we are over-indexing on and spent a lot of money on over the last 12 months is, of course, data analytics. Some people call it machine learning. Clever people like you probably know that it's not really full machine learning, but it's very, very deep predictive analytics, where we identify where should we put scooters and when, because the availability of scooters is one of the key drivers, not only for revenues and the service, but also for actually not providing clutter across the cities, which is important for us. So what has happened this year so far? As I said in the beginning, I think mobility and transportation has been one of the sectors been hardest hit, I think, in this space. If you look to the right on this slide, to the left on this slide, you can see even today, I think around 40% lower mobility in European cities as it is a normal year. So we're still very, not coming back to normal activity levels in the cities, and a lot of sectors I think can see that. Obviously, for next year we'll have to see what happens. But I think even in a scenario like this, we managed to record our first break-even, EBITDA group break-even in June, and we've been EBITDA break-even since then. Some of you have maybe seen how much money we lost in 2019, and I think that's a fair point, and we get that question quite a lot. But I think one of the reasons why we have managed to build such a big franchise around Europe is that we have invested quite a lot in technology and the back end, in our own connectivity solutions, IoT solutions, and also, of course, in the fleet. I think what's coming out of COVID, I think, and the lockdowns, I mean, most cities were of course shut down during the summer, or the early summer, late spring. This coming out of this actually accelerated both consumer and also regulatory demand for our products. I think we've seen a mind shift when it comes to cities. As an example, I think in the UK, all shared scooter services were illegal up until May this year. When they came out of lockdown, they said this is something we want to have in our country. So they legalized it in 4 weeks. Now, no one has seen that in the UK, such a fast process. And then already now, I think more than 50 cities and regions across UK have gone out with tenders, and most of them have now already awarded operators to run services. And I'll come back to that a little bit later. I think the other thing that has happened this year compared to last year as well is that we've seen a leap change, a revolution in terms of durability, operational efficiency, and also unit economics as a result of that. So now today, I think when we put out a scooter in May this year, that scooter was paid back within 3 months. So already now, we are moving away from the perception, at least, that we put out a scooter and it lasts only for 8 weeks, and then it's gone. And I think the last point here that we have done this year, we believe very successfully, is of course we have been taking a step ahead of all competition we've seen in Europe, both Limes, both Tier, and also Bird, who are the 3 major competitors so far. Just a quick recap on how has this performance, how's it looking over the course of this year. To the right here, you can see that pre-corona we were on a good track of doing really well. Corona, a big lockdown. We lost more than 55% on number of rides versus the year before. And of course now, when we look at September, at the end of Q3, we do all-time high, more than during the summer, and I think it's more than double of the performance of last year, in spite of the fact that mobility is 40% less or down in these European cities. So we, in spite of all the tough times, I think we feel quite strong. And there are really 3 things that I think is long-term building moats in this industry, which people really think may be kind of generic. One is licenses. As I mentioned earlier, I think we believe that, and we want to see that all cities in Europe should issue licenses, should regulate this industry. We had competition from Lime and Bird, who had probably 10-15 times more capital than us. And part of the reason why this industry has started to have a bad reputation was that the Limes of the world, they came to Europe, they carpet bombed all cities, particularly in Paris, with tens of thousands of scooters, and couldn't take care of them on the ground. We took a very different approach where we instead try to make sure that we do it in collaboration with cities. And for those of you who live here in Stockholm, you see that there's quite a few scooters still here in Stockholm, but actually Stockholm is probably one of the least regulated cities in Europe. for micromobility in this sense. So in the beginning of this year, I think very little of our scooters were placed in markets where we had licenses. If we look already now in the fall, 45% of all our scooters, and now we're running approximately 50,000 scooters every day out in the streets of Europe. So roughly 45% of them are actually under license, and a lot of them under exclusive license even. And if we look that into next year, I think we will see that more than 50% of our scooters are also on the license, which is something that I think that worked quite well for us. And if you look in the competitive landscape, and here is a map of all licenses issued in Europe to date. We at VOI, we have won close to 15% of those licenses, or the volume of scooters under those licenses. And what's remarkable to see here is that the US strategy of, ask for forgiveness, not for permission type of approach that you've seen the likes of Uber also have taken here in Europe, doesn't really seem to work, because here they get cracked down on by regulators and they don't get the licenses. So you clearly can see not the only thing that, except for that we of course are winning quite a lot, is that the other European operators are also taking a much bigger share than the Americans. Even though Lime is right now the largest in the world in terms of size. So not only cities like us, I think also consumers. NPS is not Net Promoter Score. I think this is also something we are obsessed with in the company, where we are, in Europe, the most, have the highest customer satisfaction. Globally, I think the Americans have slightly higher, but that's because they score extremely high in the US, where none of the European operators are, I guess, as part of the reason. The last point on this one, I think, is something we are obsessed with as well, is operational efficiency and capital efficiency, given that we are actually buying all the scooters and they're not super cheap. So it's important that we utilize those assets the most. So here is basically us, this is third-party data, us against Tier, where on the right-hand side, you can see that we are around 40% higher number of trips and rides per scooter a day. And this is obviously something that is extremely important, because it also goes straight into capital efficiency and the payback of the scooters that I talked to you before about. So also one thing, you've seen, unit economics is something that the industry is talking quite a lot about, and this is an example here that there has been a true step change, not only in technology and hardware, but also the way we operate the business. If you look at compared to last summer, the cost, the OPEX, the cost per operating a scooter every day has gone down by 70%. And if you look only compared with the spring, before we rolled out the latest generation swappable battery scooters, the cost has gone down 40%. And this is only the beginning. I think this industry, as I said, is only 2 years old. And I think we're not even, we're not even in the end of the beginning. It's we're still in the beginning of the beginning, to quote, or to misquote probably someone else. Lower OPEX in this way, and higher fleet utilization also enables us to roll out new products, like subscriptions, which we rolled out first in the world, on the back of a very, very strong and talented engineering team. So basically already now around just above 10% of all our revenues are coming from monthly recurring subscriptions, which is kind of unique. And I think we see our world going from, unregulated pay-as-you-go revenues to regulated license markets and recurring revenues. And this is kind of the path that we're on. And technology is the enabler of this. As I also said, that we are also happy that we've secured also asset-backed financing for scooters going into next year. I mean, this is something big that the whole industry have been fighting for, as it's early, that equity investors have to put in equity that we buy hardware for. So now we have completely changed this model to do a little bit more like the car rental companies can do, where you actually have asset-backed financing that actually makes equity holders, of course, being able to invest more in market expansions and technology, for example. So overall, I think that gives us, as the first company in the industry in the world, I think that we were EBITDA break even in June. Obviously, it's a high season in the summer, so it's a little bit artificially doped, but we were the first one to have true EBITDA profitability since in June, and we've been EBITDA positive since then. And when we look into next year, depending on obviously how demand and mobility looks like overall, we feel in our base case scenario that we will probably have a double-digit EBITDA margin for the whole year of next year, including the winter seasons and so on. So I think I leave with that, and I think happy to have any questions if you have or anything else. And
But absolutely, thank you very much, Patrick. Matthias, I don't know where the battery came from. Sorry. You want to create more sustainable cities. Very admirable. I think everybody agrees that we really need to have less cars in the city centers for many reasons. There is a lot of critique on the scooter business for littering the streets and also for that the scooters end up in the waterways. So how do we stay ahead of the game and make sure that you are responsible also in this aspect?
I think it's a very, very good question. I think if you compare, I think most people who are looking at Stockholm, and Stockholm is one of the messiest cities, I think, in Europe around this. If you think about what we're doing right now together with the UK, and when we got a license in West Midlands in England, Birmingham is much bigger city than Stockholm. There we work hand in hand with the city, where we basically have parking racks allowed to put on the streets. We have incentivized parking zones where connectivity and GPS makes us, if you park in a parking space that we should, you get a credit and discount in the next ride. If you park somewhere else, you have to pay a little bit more.
Does anybody else do this?
No, we have an exclusive license there, so we can work hand in hand together with the city there. So there's a different way of doing this than I think that Stockholm has chosen to do. I think there, and we'd rather work together with the cities in this perspective.
Well, thank you very much, Matthias. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks.
The next speaker is with us digitally, and he will talk about the online business of medical services. We have seen, of course, quite an increase in the COVID pandemic for using these devices, and they have been quite lucrative even before. So let's now hear it from the CEO of My Doctor, Min Doktor.
Founders of Doktor.se. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about our journey and about the company Doktor.se, how we got started and where we're positioned today, and maybe a little bit about the future, how we look, what's going to happen within digital healthcare going forward, and especially due to the pandemic that we are in the middle of. So my background, I came from the healthcare industry. I started running physical clinics since 2009. That was in Sweden, the time where we changed the system, so there was a possibility to start running private clinics. And I did that for several years. Started various different clinics around Sweden. And in 2016, due to then all the discussions regarding how we're going to provide and try to make the primary care in Sweden more efficient and digitalization what's on its way, there was a couple of the companies that we see today that was already started at that time. And we looked upon it from a little bit of a different angle, that we wanted to create something that was equally beneficiary for the system and for the physicians, the clinics that were treating patients, as it was for the patients on the easy access and high service level to get treatment. So what we did was that we started the functionality of Doktor.se, which is basically a triage function. In the beginning, we were very keen on all the initial calls being handled by a nurse. The reason for that is that we worked from, in Sweden, they call it Leon, which is the lowest efficient care level. There's no shortage in nurses in the system, and the nurse could treat and have a lot of functionality in the first consultation with the patient. So we scaled it on the nurses. Even though our name was something else, it was important for us that we had that functionality to be able to scale. So as soon as you came into Doktor.se, you got treated. You got the first consultation with the nurse, and then the nurse could then hopefully treat you and help you, or being very specific of what the next care level would be, whether that be a digital doctor, whether it's a physical appointment that's needed, it's a psychologist, or if it's a specialized nurse like a midwife, for an example. What we've done over the years that we added on is our digital nurse, Elsa. So Elsa is helping out with the triage, asking the initial question for the patient, so the patient's much quicker once you interact with a person or a nurse or a doctor. The physician has a fairly good idea of what that care level is and the symptoms and what we need to do for that patient at that moment. Which makes it a lot more efficient, obviously. And we keep treating Elsa and we keep developing Elsa. And it's the balance between what's good for the physician and what's good and convenient for the patients. Because once you start asking a little bit too much question or getting too much into the depth, as with a chatbot or a machine learning tool, that becomes a nuisance for the patients, and we need to have always that feeling of service and always feeling of availability and quality, which is key in the service that we provide. From the patient's point of view, everything starts with a chat function, then it leads over to a phone call or a video, and that depends a little bit. That depends a little bit of what we need for the specific symptom. It depends a little bit what the patient wants. But at the end of the day, if the physician thinks that this is needed to be a video call due to the circumstances of that symptom, we always switch over to a video call. And now we see more and more functionality with the video. We also have obviously pictures that could be sent through the chat forum. So once the doctor gets to talk and interact with the patient, they have all the information and a fairly good idea of what we can do for the patient at that time. We also have functionality that we linked towards prescriptions, and you can see when the doctor's prescribing something for the patients, that they can follow that, they can book, they can order it, they can pay for it through the app. And that gives also another service level for the patients, so they get the whole patient journey within the functionality of Doktor.se. We started in 2017, basically. We started promoting our service in 2018, and we've seen a tremendous growth since then. We have a little bit over 1.2 million downloaded apps. We treated over 700,000 patients so far in Sweden. And we're also, for the last 1.5 years, started with the platform corporations with two bigger entities. One is Aktier, which is a veterinarian facilitator or a company. They have over 300 clinics around Europe, and we are now their tech provider once they go on with their online and offline solution. And now in the mix of pandemic, we see an enormous increase for them as well. Another platform corporation that we started discussing a little bit over half a year ago, and then we launched in the middle of the summer. It's a corporation with a Brazilian company, and we started this before the pandemic, this discussion, and then we speeded up, and most of you know the situation around the world, and especially in Brazil. It was important to get a solution out in the market that could cater towards the really difficult times that they are going through. And this corporation with a company called Vibe was perfectly timed to the essence of that. They are now up to over 200,000 downloaded apps, and they treat about 500 patients a day. So like we see that as a huge effect. They are basically alone in that market, and the growth there is rapid. So for us, with also in Sweden, when we're looking at the online and offline solution, we do have physical healthcare. We come from that side. We knew that we had to create something that was really effectful when it comes to the technical solution on the front end towards the patients. And for us, it was key then to create a holistic product that we can do an online offline solution. And with the knowledge that we have and with the large volume of patients that we've been treating over the past years, and together with the knowledge of physical healthcare, that creates a perfect solution for deploying a platform and platform cooperation. So the key here is volume and knowledge becomes powerful when you're creating platform solutions. And we're going to always stand on those two legs, that we're going to keep developing the platform corporations. And we have a couple of more on the way here, which is going to be very interesting to be able to share with you at the later stage. But obviously, we also want to keep building our brand name and keep developing our own digital healthcare solution. And as I said, we've been growing very, very quick since we started and since we launched. I mean, these are a little bit changing over time. Sweden is a fairly mature market, and we're number 2 right now. Kry is number 1 in the market, and even looking at Europe, we see we're number 3 from the volume based, and Kry is number 1 in Europe, and then you have Babylon is the English-based digital healthcare provider. They're number 2. So Sweden, we are far ahead than the competitors is in Europe, because the market in Sweden is a little bit more matured early stage. We're going to come back to how things are looking right now in Europe, because things are changing very quick. But speaking about Sweden, I like this picture, because a lot of time I get asked, so when will Doktor.se be more of an international brand and venturing into other markets, and we will come to that, and we already done that with the platform corporations that we're in, because it's a revenue setup that we get paid for the consultations that they do. So it's very much their success, our success story. But I like this story anyhow, because it's interesting to see how huge this market is. And if you look at the global music industry that has a turnover of 166 billion Swedish kronor a year, and the global film industry with the turnover of 357 billion Swedish kronor, then you look at the Swedish healthcare market that is right now a little bit over 500 billion Swedish kronor, and we'll see that obviously increasing every year. And just the scope that we are in, the primary care and the online offline solution that we have here in Sweden, it's a 70 billion Swedish kronor market. So there's a lot of runway here in Sweden to be made, and we have a long ways to go before we are in a position feeling that this market is somewhat matured and ready to kind of step away from. And we're still going to build in Sweden. We're still going to feel like that's a lot of growth to be made from this position. But then obviously there's going to be some opportunities for us to grow outside Sweden as well, and we're going to take them. I'm going to show you a little bit about just a slide on the growth here. And what's interesting is that you saw the pandemic, the peak that we had in the pandemic, but after that it kind of stabled. And that's where we're on. And even you see historically charts on the volume increase. It fluctuates a little bit. It comes and goes, and it depends a little bit about it's a little bit seasonal when it comes to healthcare. So the growth in general is very steady and high, but it comes to the various different plateaus of how it staggers. And I think after we saw the enormous increase of volume in the start of the pandemic, we see that kind of flattens a little bit, and now we're back to norm and standard increase. And Annika, as I said, is these these solutions for us going to be key for the mix of being a digital healthcare provider and being that healthcare provider, and at the same time having a digital solution. It's very important then to have those integrated high revenue setups. Like, we would never venture into veterinarian side, and we will never venture into Brazil. These markets are perfect for us to deploy our functionality in our app and set it up for them, and look at Vibe about their success story that they're having right now. They set that up in a couple of months' time, and now they're market leaders, and they see volumes that are incredible. I'm gonna try to answer some question here that we also had, and the first one is, what is your opinion about complementing physical health contents with digital care? How does that collaboration look like? Sorry for that. I mean, our belief is here that we see the patient as a whole. The initial digital consultation could be vital, and it's very important due to the effect, and that we can really provide something that is add-on service to an existing healthcare. And for us then, that's still just the initial consultation. It's not always what the patient's looking for, and we also know that the patient at some point or another we need some sort of a physical interaction. And for us to make that whole patient journey whole, we need also to provide physical care, so we can get a very effective online offline solution. In the beginning, when we started that was the whole idea from day one, basically. And in the beginning, we really tried to figure out the cooperations with the existing healthcare system, but it's difficult to kind of come from the side and doing something new and in a very disruptive market and saying that this is good for the existing ecosystem. So we at the end of the day, we find it better to kind of come up with this solution ourselves. It's going to be a little bit slower, obviously, because it's going to take time to build and acquire physical units, but we're on that path right now, and it's going really well. And that's I think that's a given for us to do and keep doing in Sweden and keep building. But we're going to do it with the sense of high quality, and going to be very careful on what we're adding on to our culture and the way we're working, and really interact with the physical units or management teams that are happy to be a part of the Doktor.se journey. And then another question: due to the current corona crisis, how has your business been effective? Has your business increased in any specific area? Yeah, I mean, first of all, as you saw on that chart, the volume has increased tremendous there. And that was the first, I would say, the first thing that we saw, that just the openness to use the digital consultation, and also due to that the physical care kind of shut down there for a couple of months, and it was difficult for patients. And even though if it wasn't difficult, patients and physicians didn't really want to interact. What we see now, when things are, at least, I'm not saying things with the pandemic slowing down in Sweden is a little bit more stable in other countries, but I think we're going to come to terms with that this is a part of our life, and we know that this is a part of healthcare right now. The biggest change, I will say, is just the position of digital healthcare going forward. It's way more open. It's a bigger all over the board, except that digital healthcare will be a big part of Swedish healthcare going forward. And if you look outside Sweden, we see that it's been markets that have been fairly closed down for the last couple of years, and even going back 12 months ago or even 6 months ago, those markets were basically not possible to run and develop digital healthcare in. And now we see huge changes from regulatory aspects, and the possibility now to develop and start treating people and meeting people through these digital platforms and services that are open up for the first time. And I think that's, to me, is the most exciting part, that we will leap forward so many years due to the situation that we're in. Last question, what is your opinion on the international expansion of digital healthcare? What potential do you see in other countries? I mean, I see huge potential here. As I said, things are just open up. Things are moving much quicker than we anticipated before the pandemic. Before it was heavily tilted toward regulation, and every market had their own ecosystem that was very regulated and difficult to penetrate, and it was difficult to figure out. And we as a company were very careful on setting our sights on a market that wasn't, to our standing, ready to be disrupted. I think now, looking at various different markets, there's definitely going to be interest for us to look into. I mean, we're still in big discussions with even more platform corporations, and the two that we already have, they are increasing enormously. So we're also putting a lot of effort to cater for those platforms and being a good partner to them, so they can keep growing and keep taking that market shares as they so successfully are doing right now. I think that was my time out. I think I probably extended it a little bit. Thank you for listening. It was a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much. Hope to see you soon. Bye.
Well, thank you very much, Martin Lindman, CEO of Doktor.se. It's now time to take a break. Let's see each other back here again at 12. Take care. Welcome to the Naventus Summit. We just had a break and now we're back. We will listen to a presentation now from the CEO of Gapwaves. And Gapwave creates antennas that enables superior 5G solutions for the telecom industry and safer radar solutions for the automotive industry with an innovative waveguide technology. Let's now listen to the CEO, Lars Inge Sjöstedt. He's with us here at Grand Hotel in Stockholm.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. And thank you very much for inviting me to this Naventus Technical Summit from Naventus side and also from Jonas. Yes, I will talk about Gapwaves and give you an update on that and where we are today. Our terms here is 5G autonomous driving, and they are run on antennas. I just want to say that everything which is wireless is always driven on antennas, and that's the key we hold in. Going a little bit back, the company is not so old. It started 2011. It was a professor, Per Simon Kildal, at that time working for Chalmers University. He is the inventor of the technology as such, which is the VOI Technology. And he founded the company, and since then we started to do some things, but it was quite early in this company's phase, and we now, 2016, entered the stock market, and we are listed, and that was an IPO we made at that time. The share price when we entered the market was 5.95, and I was looking in today, it was 43 krona. So it has been quite a good growth over time. So the market cap today is about 100 million euros. What is important when you come with new technology to the market? Yes, it's important to have patents. And that's something Per Simon started early with, and we have continued. So today we have over 25 different patent families to protect our inventions. And it's very much about antennas. That's the focus we work with. And we are specialized both in the area of telecom, but also in the area of automotive radars. And I will come back a little bit more to what we do in these areas. The technology as such, it's unique in the way we can combine manufacturability, cost, and performance. This is the key. Saying some word about frequencies, because everything going in the air is by radio frequencies starting at quite low, some 100 megahertz, and going up the whole way to over 100 gigahertz per. That's what we are seeing today. And most of the telecom things working to the telephones are really on the bands up to 3 and about 3 gigahertz. But we are more interesting when we come up to higher frequencies. You find typically things, as we call it, 5G in the 28 gigahertz arena and higher. And in these cases, the losses with the traditional patch antennas are quite high, but we in these cases can give a lot better performance because we do not have any losses in the antenna. And specifically, we today see a very interesting growth in the area of automotive. 77 gigahertz and up to 79 is a band which is dedicated all over the globe for automotive industry, for radars. And in this high frequency, it's very important to not have so much losses as you have in the traditional antennas. So again, I've been working through this sometimes now over the years, but I think it's worth mentioning again. What we really can do for our customers, we can lower the losses for the performance of an antenna. We can also, because we can use the mechanicals here, like metallic areas, we can also have easy to take away the heat from the components. And together with the technology, it's also possible to make assembly and multiple layers, which can give these antennas a very unique performance and also what the customers really want to have. And what we now have proven is also it's possible to do this in high volume production. And we do it for automotive radars. So we are talking about million units possible to develop and also to produce to the right price. If you compare a little bit with the existing technologies, most antennas are made by PCB, some sort of PCB, and you have what you call a patch antenna. This is a very good technology for lower frequencies, but when you go higher and higher, it becomes a bit lossy. And the best thing up there is what you call a waveguide antenna. And you can see here a typical waveguide solution based on a rectangular waveguide. But that is quite complicated to produce. And we can combine these two things with a very good technology for production of waveguide antennas. So we can combine it and then also get a lower cost than PCB antenna, for sure. In the 5G area, we typically see that we can help with what we say longer range when we talk about these 5G solutions on 28 and higher frequencies. And the lower losses also means that it will be less consumption of energy. And also less components, which is another good thing for our technique. Going to the other area we are working quite a lot with is the technology for antennas to radars, to the automotive industry. And here we typically can see that a radar, as you have seen it in your car maybe, it's working like a distance pointer, but it also gives you more and more information about if there is anything in front of you or besides you, which can be very dangerous for the car. Knowing that more than 1 million people, I think it's 1.3 million people today are killed in traffic. It's quite important that the security will be better. And the radar solutions is the best way to make this happen really on the market we have seen. Cameras is good, but they are not so good when it's foggy or it's rainy. There could be a LiDAR, but that's also light. So it means that it's not so easy to use when it's foggy. What we can give them, and we know this, that's the better gain they can get from the system. As we have written here, it's also proven in many cases now that we can really give them 5 dBi better performance compared with a patch antenna on the 77 gigahertz. And this is a lot for people who know what I'm talking about. And it's not only radar, we also see another vertical coming up more and more, and that's what we call these kind of robots running on the streets to deliver package. Last mile delivery, we call them. This the map showing a little bit about the customers we are approaching, because we don't sell this to the end customer, of course. We sell it to companies who make these radar solutions for cars or telecom. In that case, it is most the base station providers. And typically we see that both these markets, only on antennas, is in the size of 10 billion SEK 2025. And that's quite a lot for a company in our size. Some of the names here are well known, of course, and they are very big companies going for the telecom side. I know that Ericsson, together with some others, are taking like 5 companies having the most of the Earth really telecom base station solutions, selling them. So you find also Nokia, Huawei, Samsung on that map. But it's a very few big players, I would say. Going to the automotive side, we are not selling this directly to Mercedes or BMW. It's the tier ones who is really the customers for us, providing the radars for these customers. And here you find typically Continental, Bosch, Magna, Huawei, Dentsu, etc. There are 10 companies, but 5 of them are also taking care of 80% of the full volume on the market. And the number of radars today is in the level of 70 million units per year. And it's the prospect is that they will grow up to 300 million units already 2025, because it's very important for the safety, security, of course. Here is some example of the products we are doing. In the middle, you have the telecom phased array antenna for 28 gigahertz. The other one here is an automotive radar just for testing. It's not looking like that when we do it as a volume product. And we are also into some high hotspot 5G solutions for 28 gigahertz. They are smaller to be inside or in urban areas, so to say. Some breakthroughs to mention here for the company. I started this year in January to say that I think 2020 will really be a breakthrough year for Gapwaves, and I fully still say that that's what we are doing. Last year we had Veoneer as a customer. They have licensed our technology for doing radar antennas. Veoneer is one of the big ones for supplying radars to automotive. Another one we haven't disclosed the name of because they want to keep it secret is a tier one of the big ones. And they have been working with us now for over 2 years, and we are providing them more and more technique really to become the main supplier in this area. And that's quite fantastic. We also sold some 5G 28 gigahertz phased array antennas to a Japanese company during this year. There are another big company coming up called Under. They are not so big as such, but behind them we find one of these global tech giants who has ordered a number of robots for last mile delivery, and they supply them today with antennas from Gapwaves. So we have just now delivering to this order of 4,000 units for robots, and still it's prototyping. It's not the full product. On the 77 gigahertz radar, we have another supplier called, a customer called ZF. They are quite big as well. It's a tier one, and also Infineon have tried and tested our technique now and is in the next phase of see what they can use this for. Because all they see is that we really make sense and a difference in the sense we are talking about here. And just before summer, we also received an order from directly from one of these technical giants in the earth. I don't say from which country because it's best to keep it secret. And it's still on 77 gigahertz radars. So there are many interactions with customers going on at the moment. And the last thing was also a prototype order for a 28 gigahertz radar solution, so not radar, but phased array solutions for a US-based antenna provider. So that's the last one. And there are more to come. Looking to the priorities for this year, it's very much about agreeing long-term contracts for sure, because Gapwaves is still a small company. We are 30 people working in Gothenburg, and of course we need to have these contracts for long-term coming up. We have a development of performance of the products, of course, because we need to also see that we fully can make them in reality, so to say, in production. That's another part. And also we want to establish a big footprint also in the 5G millimeter arena, because that's important for us long term. Together, to summarize this, we have a very interesting technology which really makes sense for a number of large companies. The patented technology is also important. It's not so easy to copy. The market size, I think, is quite big. If you compare to the size of Gapwaves, I would say the market is enormous. And what we really have is the possibility to produce high volume in these areas. And this is unique because there is no other one who really can make this type of antennas in these volumes to the price and performance we can show. So that's my presentation of today. So yeah, Katarina, please enter the stage. You wanted to say.
Thank you very much,
Give me some questions, I think.
Yes,
yeah?
we have gathered some questions from the viewers that were sent in before the event. And the first one goes like this. How are Gapwaves antennas better than the other new 5G antennas on the market in terms of price, size and performance?
As I said in my presentation, what we can do is that if you go for a patch antenna, which is what we really have on the market today, then you dry the waves, so to say, in the plastic layers. In our case, we dry the waves in air. That means the losses becomes almost zero. So for every type of antennas we can do in our technique, we always have the best performance, and we can also produce them now for fully.
Because of your unique technology.
Yes.
Thank you. Another question here. Will you license out manufacturing, and if so, to what extent? For instance, all the way to the end customer or just the manufacturing itself?
There will be different solutions on this area, and we are already approached, as you have seen, with Veoneer, want to have a license to produce themselves, but we have other customers who want us to produce things for them. Together, of course, with some partners, because we don't have the factories at Gapwaves today. And there could be a combination as well. And we haven't been locked into any of these because we think it's important that our technology really be the ground for the future. That's important.
Well, thank you very much, Inga, from Gapwaves. Thank you.
Thank you.
We move on now to the next presentation. It's a deep tech company called JonDeTech. And we're going to listen to Leif Borg, who is CEO of JonDeTech. And JonDeTech was founded in 2008 and develops products based on nanotechnology. Welcome.
Thank you. We'll start with the presentation. As described, we went to the Nasdaq 2016, and we went through a lot of challenges with our product, but I'd like to present today the actual status, where we are today and where we're heading. We have so far 3 applications. Design is ready and it's approved. So we have 3 different applications that could really get access to over 1.3 billion users, end users. So it's a tremendous volume that we can achieve if we go through. I will present the applications later on. Why JonDeTech? Why look at us? We are a deep tech company with a portfolio where we really have nanotechnology as a base. Started in Uppsala and went to Stockholm City to develop the company further. Right now we have a large addressable market in Asia with extremely good potential to grow. That's why we can talk about 1.3 billion end users. We have a unique design of our IR sensor. Most of our competitors with IR sensors is really a thermopile with a horizontal design. We have vertical design. That's really a benefit when we talk about scale-up production and to really influence the sensor signal and everything. Solid go-to-market strategy. I'll go to that one a little bit in a later picture, but really saying that we have a structure and a way forward during 2016 that we have challenged and designed to change. And this has made a really huge impact where the company are today. Our main topic right now in the company is really to make the tech transfer of high volume production to European PCB manufacturing unit. We have a small scale pilot production in Stockholm together with an institute in Germany, and we need really to make this product fly through a PCB manufacturer that really can create volumes for the future. I'll take the next picture. Why sensors? If we look at the environment today, we are really consuming energy. batteries everywhere, power consumption, and really you have two different suggestions to solve this. Create better batteries or to save with the battery, to really use it when you need it and not when not needed. So our really aim to the market is really to support a low consumption of electricity. And there our sensor can really make a huge difference how to use the battery more efficient. We have a lot of areas where we have questions and discussions where we could use our sensor. Even in agriculture, it looks kind of strange, but really sensors is getting everywhere in the business, and we are to be there to be one of the competitors to apply the market. IR sensors. Why JonDeTech sensors? We have a really good product. I can just show you. This is 600 of them, very, very small, 600 small sensors on a plastic foil. We don't need any special equipment, despite of the new product. We have the nanowire plating, that's special. Otherwise, it's really PCB manufacturing sites. We can use and utilize equipment already on the market. So this is really great. So getting to bigger volume is not needed a lot of capex, not of investments. We can use what we have in Europe to really make the volumes fly. It's small, it's thin, it's extremely thin. If you put 5 together, you have 1 millimeter. So it's nothing. It's totally passive. You can put the sensors in an application. It don't consume any power at all until you activate it through temperature increase, human factor that really influence the sensor and start up the function. And then this sensor signal will tell the application what to do. Start an engine, start a light in the room, or start a computer. Unique properties. I mentioned that this sensor is designed with thermopile and it's vertical. This means that when we redesign the sensor size, we really influence and decide how the sensor signal should appear. If we need a higher signal, we can increase the size of the sensor. So it's scalable fully. And cost efficient. It's a small plastic roll, really cheap to buy as a starting material. And then we have 98% is plastic. It's a few threads. It's some million threads in this chart, but it's so small you can't even see it. So really using a low volume of metal, creating a really flexible sensor. That's why JonDeTech is on the target for many people. Go-to-market implementation. We have implemented a new strategy. We had a couple of years ago, we discussed with design houses in Europe and Nordic countries, and we had some small volume discussing with them how to create the function and then sell it to the market. But really seeing the volume production is not in Nordic companies, it's really in Asia. So we have really got into the business with Novel Unicorn as a company in China. They have really the infrastructure to support us to really sell the product. They have the contacts with the big manufacturers, the design house, and we have so far several contacts that we're really evaluating right now, and I will talk of one of them. So they're getting access to the design house, and these companies really have access to the market. And then you could discuss about different application. One of the strategic partners that we really have turned the wheels a lot is O-Film. They have really, if you talk about volume on sensors, biometric identification, touch panels, smartphones in cameras. If you look at Samsung or whatever, Samsung doesn't design or manufacture the small camera unit. They buy it. And really getting access to the module house that creates this camera function and put this sensor beside it, it's really a new function coming to life. So that's good. So they have a volume production out to the market now. with this strategic partnership, we can really access the market, and the selling organization is there already. So we can focus on delivering good product to this system. I started with discussing 3 applications. One of them that we have designed, the sensor evaluation is done by OFilm. The sensor prototype production is done. We have made several of them and tried them. And the first one is really to access key lock. In China, it's very casual that they use batteries in the handle for the keys, key lock. And this battery has to be removed and changed a lot, several times, approximately once a year. And with our sensor on site, you really just activate the battery when someone is near the handle. You don't need to have it on the fly all day. So really putting our small sensors for a few bucks, you can really change the function and extend the battery lifetime. Right now, only this handle sells around 15 million a year. And the total market for security is roughly 1 million sensors a day. So the volume is there. So we like to really get access to that volume and increase our share of that part. Still, we're waiting for the production, but I come back to that. The second one where we had really good success, we have sensor evaluation, we have proof of concept, the prototype production is done, and now we are getting into the laptops. As many knows, the 50% of the consumption in the computer is driven by the screen. To really use the screen when you're there and not when you're going for a coffee is really saving batteries. The laptop manufacturers really trying to get the battery utilization to improve, but not to extend the weight of the laptop. Really putting our sensors is really both a security and the extension of lifetime for the battery. And this, we have a module done with OFilm, and this is ready to implement in the laptop. But the red row on the corner is really, we need to get a mass production volume in Europe on track first. But the concept is there. To really confirm that this type of function in the laptop is okay and is for the market, we have been qualified in the ecosystem symposium by Intel. It's hard to see on the picture, but JonDeTech is one of many suppliers that potentially can be on the journey for Intel installation. We can offer a module to install in the screen through OFilm, and now we haven't been qualified as the preferred delivery, but we are on track to be one of them that Intel want to use for the future. This is very important. And the third application is really connected to temperature measurement. We have designed a small sensor. This is unfortunately a little too big. We'd like to make it even smaller to really fit in an AirPod. To be able to have the presence detection, that's already there, but really to measure the temperature while running, walking, to get the sensors in the AirPod would really help taking the next step in technology. Even though going to the camera module and put in our sensors to by distance measure the temperature of head or stomach, you can really check the temperature, and it's a sad story around COVID-19, but this could really help us to make a self-check before leaving to work. So it's a simple installation with a module that could be installed in a telephone. We have the calibration done in the range of the temperature of the people, and then we can go down. With this 98% plastic, we can really check the temperature down to 0.3 degrees. That's good enough for making decisions to stay home or go to work. We see that to even improve the signal and go down in tolerances or really make it a better fit, we are right now developing a smaller size, evaluating how to make this even smaller in parallel, making the 3mm work. This will make us even more competitive for the future when we go to really, really small areas. Now the main topic for JonDeTech right now, it's high volume production. We had a verified production flow with a bill of material and everything done by a German institute supporting us to manufacture. That was done in May, June last year. Then we saw that now we know how to produce this in a full scale, but not in full volume. Then we decided to really starting the journey to go into Switzerland and getting support from a PCB manufacturing to get to really, really high volumes. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we need a couple of million a day. That's the target. It's not 10,000 a year. It's huge volume. We have strengthened the R&D and production organization. We really need, when I started the company 2 years ago, we were 8 people. And talking about 2-3 million sensors a day, it's tough with 8 people, so we need more. Now we are approximately 18 people, and we think that's okay. Maybe the target is 25, but really strengthening the organization to really twist and turn every angle of the joint ventureship for the tech transfer journey with the production unit. So we have confirmed how to make it happen. We have a strategic partnership with a Swiss company that really turned the wheel much, much faster. So we go together to Asia market. We have a lot of the process steps are really performing really well, but we are not there yet. So we need to complete the tech transfer to really make it the high volume every day with the perfect quality. This is a new type of energy. We can't copy anyone because this has never been done before. So everything that's developed is done for the first time. This is a challenge, but we're getting there. Thank you. And why looking more at JonDeTech is really, we have a unique technology. We have a confirmed market, really high volume market in China as a supplier for the rest of the world. We have a solid go-to-market strategy that we're working on that feels really, really good, and we can even get wider than OFILM. Right now it's more than enough for us. And really using all our efforts at JonDeTech right now is creating the tech transfer platform so we can really take orders. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dave Borg. You mentioned Europe several times.
Yes.
How important is it for you as a company that you manufacture in Europe in terms of investor interest?
I believe that we have some, my history from other companies is really going abroad. Europe is more or less, if you have a final product, everything is done, you can make a copy everywhere. Then it's a question of volume and price. But really to make the last few steps to make the product really ready for high volume production, we need an agile site that really can help us to take the last 2-3 steps to make it happen. And Switzerland, if you look at the environment, how they work, how they think, it's not so far from Sweden. So this joint venture has really helped us to get a good discussion and an evaluation of the product process.
Speaking of the environment, how about recyclability of your products? When its use has come to its end, what happens with what you have put in the product?
This is really the destruction, or it's 98% plastic, so it's no issue to really recycle or to have a ecosystem in it.
Ecosystem,
no.
yes.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you very much. I have one final question from the viewers, this one. What's the next milestone that you're looking forward in your company to?
The really good milestone, if I go back in one picture, we have the last on the picture, high volume production. Prototype production, not getting millions out, but getting a functional sensor or some functional sensors in a new flow is the first step that we're aiming for. Then we can ramp up and yield improvement, everything. But really the first step that I would create as a success is really making the prototype production running.
And in your in your happiest dreams, when would that happen?
I wish I could answer that one. We have a lot of challenges. It's a new product. We can't copy anything. We have to design from the beginning. We have progress, and we have a really good 6-month plan now to achieve a lot of progress. Exactly when the prototype production is on, I need to come back on that one. But it's we have progress.
Well, thank you very much, and best of luck.
Okay, thanks.
The next speaker is from Irisity. And Irisity is machine learning is, well, it's the service of humanity, but we also have to look at security in terms of privacy, of course. So there are some promises here that Irisity wants to deliver on these two topics. So now let's listen to the CFO, Andreas Höje.
Thank you for this kind introduction. And thank you for this great event. It's been really inspiring sitting here today listening to all the other presentations. My name is Andreas Höje, and I'm here today to present Irisity. Irisity is a Gothenburg-based company with about 40 employees. We have more than 10 years experience from operations in the Nordics, and today we have more than 100 customers in more than 10 countries around the world. Last year we had a 3.5 million net turnover, million euros, and we are listed on the Nasdaq First North Stock Exchange here in Stockholm. So what do we do? With help of our software, we are enhancing efficiency and precision within the security industry. And by doing this, we can help our partners create higher margins, make their customers happier, and gain competitive advantage. And our software is also hardware independent. That means that we can add our software to any surveillance camera manufacturer. So basically, they can put our software into already infrastructure that already have on the different sites. By partners, we mean the global security companies. For example, this summer, we signed an agreement with the world's largest security company, G4S. But before I go into details exactly how our software works, I would like to talk a little bit more about the security industry and the transformation that's going on there. If you look at the security industry, both historically and up to now, you can say that it works in that way that when they are securing an object or site, they do that by having guards out patrolling. They also have cameras in place, but the cameras they have are no intelligence at all, basically. So either the cameras are streaming video to the operations center, and their individuals are sitting watching through the video all the time to see when something happens. They also have sensor cameras, and those type of cameras are either on or off, which means that they're off until they detect something, and then they send the alarm to the operations center. The problem with that is that they can have also very low intelligence, so they have hard to see, for example, the difference between a cat or a human being. Because of this, the security companies have a very low efficiency in resources, and they also become very manpower dependent, since they have to have a lot of resources, both at the operations center, watching through all this video, but also they need a lot of individuals, guards, going out, checking every time something happens. And that also then creates a low margin for the security companies. And since the large majority of all the alarms going are false alarms, the security companies are forced to get paid from the customers every time they have to go out and act. And in that way, they have earned money from false alarms. This is, of course, very bad for the customer, since you pay most of the times the money you pay is for when nothing is really happening. And because of that, they lose market share. But since this is a very important revenue stream for the large security companies, it's hard to get them to improve this, to improve this. This you can see, for example, now that all the large security companies are talking about how they want to move to more intelligent surveillance. But if you look at several of the large security companies, they have more employers now than they had a couple of years ago. So it's hard to get them to change there. But imagine if you could do this instead. that they earn money from true alarms. How do you do that? First of all, you need accurate intelligence. You have to be able to see the difference between a true and a false alarm. And also you have to help the operation center to know when they should look at the video. So they don't have to sit and look at the video all the time. So basically you have to see when something is happening. If you're able to do this, you can create a high efficiency in resources. And you make the security companies go from manpower dependent to data dependent, which then also would create a much higher margin for the security companies. Also, of course, this will be great for the customers, since you now only pay when something actually true is happening at your site. And by doing this, of course, you will have a rationale for the security companies to actually improve and get a fast transformation within this. And this is where Irisity comes in. By adding our software and our algorithms to the already existing surveillance cameras, we can help the security companies know when and where something important is happening, and we can make sure that they act in real time. And by doing this, then we can make the transformation to, we can call real-time surveillance intelligence. And this is, of course, a win-win situation, both for the end customers, but also for the security companies. This is because by doing this, we can increase sales and lower churn. And we can gain, the security companies can gain competitive advantage and market share, can increase end customer value, that you now can act faster and you can act in real time. And you actually pay for the real true alarms. We can also increase profit margin and efficiency. And as I mentioned, that our software can be used on, is independent of any hardware. So in that way, we can leverage on the CapEx already taken. We can install our software on the already existing infrastructures that they already set up. Irisity can do this in two different ways. We have our basic algorithms, which helps the security companies focus on the true alarms and the true alarms only. And we also have our dedicated algorithms, which are developed for specific situations and problems. I will tell you a bit more about the dedicated algorithms in a minute, but first I would like to show an example of how our basic algorithm works with the true alarms there. Imagine here that you have a surveillance site that you are surveilling. In this example here, it is a real-life example. We have a site with 5 cameras. We were surveilling for 7 days with a 12-hour-day surveillance. Without Irisity, the cameras, the cameras there sent a total of 25,450 minutes of active time to the operations center, what they had to look through. By adding Irisity and our algorithm, basically as a filter between the cameras and the operations center, we reduce that to a total of 3 minutes. By doing this, we can reduce the alarms by more than 90%. We reduce the cost for the operations center between 50 and 70%. And we also make a really big, significant change in the cost reduction also on the guard level, since they now only have to act on the true alarms and not all the false alarms that they have done before. As I mentioned, we also have our dedicated algorithms. And our dedicated algorithms are algorithms that we develop to solve specific situations or problems. The example here, I have 3 examples of the algorithms we have. We have the Railway Defender, which can be used at railway stations or along railway tracks. For example, see if someone falls down on the railway track or if something abnormal is happening on the platforms. We also have our Violent Behavior, which can be used at public areas to see if something abnormal happens. For example, like here in Sweden, there's been a lot of problems with the gang-related problems. We could use this algorithm to see when something abnormal is happening. And we also have the real-time anonymization. And as the name says, we can, in real time, anonymize the individuals that are caught on camera, but without reducing the surveillance precision. The way we develop these algorithms is that we, together with our partners and end customers, identify specific problems or where it's needed with dedicated algorithms. We then develop the algorithms, and with all the data we have from more than 10 years of operation, and also data we can get from our partners, we can train the algorithm with machine learning, and in that way get the world-class algorithms. After that, the security companies can upgrade both their existing customers and new customers with a much better product. And of course, in that way, they can earn more money both on existing customers and new customers. Just to see, you can get a picture of how this algorithm works. I have here a short video of, to see this. As you can see here is a man walking out of his car towards the ATM machine. Our algorithms can mark his body parts to see if it's a normal or abnormal movement or behavior. And as long as it's just a normal behavior, like it is now in this case, of course nothing happens. But as soon as it's abnormal behavior like here now, we will send an alarm in real time directly to the operation center, and then can they act directly on this. Of course, we also need to make money or have a revenue on this, and we do this through a SaaS model, which means that we license out our algorithms to the security companies. And the good thing is that, the good thing here is that we license us on a monthly subscription, and we do that per license per camera. And one surveillance camera can have several licenses. We only need several types of algorithms. So we can have several revenue streams on one camera. And we also have a lot of functions which helps us, and it makes it easier to use our products. And also with the capabilities, for example, that we can detect things happening up to 300 meters with only barely 10 pixels, and also that we can be about 100% cloud-based. Of course, we're not alone doing this. There are competitors, but we feel that we have a really strong position in the market. And the main competitors we see are from countries like China, the US, and Israel. And also that it's a really huge market. By next year, it's expected to be more than 1 billion cameras installed globally, surveillance cameras, and more than 99% of them without any intelligent software. And as I mentioned several times, our software is hardware independent, which means that we can be used on any camera. So you can imagine the potential for a company like Irisity. Of course, we also need a strong team, an organization to be able to do this. Not only the technique has to be good. And we believe we have this here in Irisity. We have both individuals who have built several successful companies before. And we also have persons with, who are experts within this field of computer vision. And then with both the technical, the technical and the team here, we feel that we have a good way to to reach our potential. That's everything from me. So, but if you have any questions, please contact me on the contact details you see on the screen.
Well, thank you very much, Andreas.
Thank you.
We have some questions here from the viewers that were sent in already. Do you see your R&D spend continuing to go down in relation to EBIT?
Short answer is no.
That's good.
We reduced the cost during the first half of the year because of the pandemic. Mm-hmm. And we also have used short-time layoff, for example. But now we are full speed ahead, so we are back to normal, and we also see that we would probably in the future also increase our R&D spending, since, like I mentioned here, we are working to continuously develop new algorithms. So that's an important part for the company.
So you bounced back from the spring problems.
Yeah.
Great. What other applications are potentially in focus with your technology? Would movement analysis within healthcare, such as Parkinson's, be a possible case?
Good question. We are continuously developing new algorithms. We do that together with our partners and the end customers, like I mentioned here with the Rail Defender, all the violent behavior. So, of course, we listen to our partners and the end customers to see what type of dedicated algorithms which will be needed in the future. And, of course, within the healthcare, we have, for example, the Night Watch. So we are also a little bit into that space as well.
Fall prevention could be another story. Within elderly care, of course.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah.
How has your development efficiency been affected by the COVID situation? Have employees been working from home? Have sales meetings happened? How have you managed in this pandemic?
Like every company, of course, we have also, it's been a huge difference for us as well. And we have also worked from home. We've seen the productivity for the R&D team and everyone is I would say about the same or even better. So we have not seen a difference there since after they started working from home. And also with the sales meeting, of course, in the beginning when it was a total lockdown, it was a little bit harder to get the meetings. But now with the digital meetings and everything, it's also working really good. So we're having a lot of meetings going on. But of course, since we are a global company focusing on the global market, it's hard to get face-to-face meetings, so we do it through digital meetings instead.
Well, we're getting used to this, huh?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Fredrik, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Andreas, I'm just switching names of people today. Andreas Höje from Irisity. So now we have the second panel discussion coming up. And we will talk about increased demand for virtual services and tech innovations fueled by the pandemic. We're talking lots about the pandemic, but that's inevitable, right? So let's now welcome on the stage. We have with us Lars-Inge Sjöqvist again from Gapwaves. And we have with us Lukeman Ramsey, Global Solution Manager at Google. He will be with us on the stage. And we have with us Anatoly Ilyich, who's Vice President Networks and Managed Pre-Sales at Ericsson. Please take a seat. And let's see if we can get Lukeman Ramsey from Google with us online. Yeah, you can see. That's perfect. All right, we're a few minutes early, so maybe he is not ready yet, Lukeman Ramsey, but we'll just start soft and sweet here, so we'll see when he joins us. We're going to talk about increased dependency on software and cloud services, and that has been putting a higher requirement, of course, on cybersecurity. We addressed that previously a little bit. And in terms of your work, how does that impact your strategy?
I think
Ericsson's perspective.
Thank you. Yeah. In Ericsson, this in principle has two areas. One is what we do with our customers, and secondly, how we create our own IT environment to enable this, let's say, remote work. But if we first talk about the security for the solutions that we do and the benefits of our solutions to customers, then I can say that in both major areas, or I would say in core, cloud, and in radio, but also in services, we introduce a lot of mechanisms in our solutions which, let's say, address the area of cybersecurity. And if before with 2G, 3G, and even 4G, most of the protocols were proprietary and not that going towards the open world like it's going now. So that was not that, let's say, problematic, and most of the security issues for the customers were solved through perimeter security and all the mechanisms of how you secure.
It's a different ballgame now.
Absolutely. But now, when basically security risks and threats can come from network nodes, it can come from applications, from devices, from terminals, mobile, fixed, from applications over the tops, you name it. The magnitude and the complexity of potential threats has increased. So in Ericsson solutions that we provide to customers, we have, let's say, inbuilt mechanisms, which are also guided by, international standardization organizations like 3GPP, ETSI, and likewise, where by standard you have much higher security than you have in other, let's say, other type of non-standardized solutions, which are also available for IoT and other areas on the market. So I would say that our solutions are, let's say, by standard and default are much more secured now, going towards 5G. And for internally, of course, especially pandemic and what happened with COVID-19 affected a lot. And I think Ericsson has done a great job so that the systems work smoothly, and it allows basically, the huge company of Ericsson of plus minus 100,000 people work remotely.
And still being secure.
And still being secured. And I can say when we dial up and connect to the network, it all takes, seconds, not like maybe 5 years ago. So it's been a tremendous transformation in that area, even for how we work and how we access and the applications we choose. For example, if we had a number of applications that couldn't manage, such a high load, many people in video mode conferencing, then now we are moving towards applications where this is basically not a problem, up to 100 people can participate. So that's what I'm saying, that as a summary, that both externally but also internally, I think we are addressing this security threat very seriously.
So it's almost like this has been a sort of a pressure cooker that you really had to speed up your work.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's, in a way, it's a good thing.
Well, it's always balanced, yeah?
Of course, of course. So now seeing it in terms of your company, Gapwaves, how has this impacted your strategy?
I would say, as we are not the size as Ericsson, of course, we are a very small company. All the systems we are using, etc., is already from the beginning cloud-based. So it's quite easy for us to adapt to this change in how to work. Working from home, etc., has been quite easy. We haven't seen any big problems in that from our side. When you should make deals, it's sometimes a little bit difficult to do that by a team meeting or something like that.
Because you don't feel that it's a secure platform?
No, it's not about that. It's more about that convincing people is always a little bit different when you sit in the same room or if you are on distance, so to say. So that could be a problem. But in total, I would say that the security, we anyway see that we have to step up a little bit in having two, what you call that, two level of sign-on, etc. Because it has been more attacks coming on into us as well.
We see that, of course.
Yeah, but in general, I would say for our company, I think it's a good thing is that we are not traveling as much as we did before.
Saves a lot of time, a lot of carbon, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So this year's ISO 9000 or 14001 goals for the environmental impact is very good for our sake, and I think that's the same for Ericsson as well. But not just laughing at it, but it's giving an understanding that we can work a lot more on distance with no problem. That we have learned quickly.
Indeed, we have.
Yeah.
We now have with us from Google, Lukman Ramsey. We started a few minutes early, beg your pardons for that. You're a global solution manager at Google, and we are talking about increased demand for virtual services and tech innovation fueled by the pandemic. Welcome to the program.
Thank you all.
In terms of Google's strategy to handle cybersecurity in this field in the light of the pandemic, what can you tell us?
Well, first of all, just by way of further introduction, I work on the Google Cloud team with the public sector division. So I've been focused on delivering solutions to state and local government. And that's really a global mandate, although obviously I spend most of my time on the US. I'm based in New York City. Well, that my mandate also includes education. as part of public sector. So there's been obviously a big impact on both of those areas in the pandemic. I wouldn't say that in terms of security that has been a real focus for us. I mean, obviously delivering cloud services, there's always a security component to that, and companies who are considering moving operations to the cloud have always, we've always have to deal with the security implications of that. But I would say the things that we've been focusing on primarily include things like managing public health, forecasting disease. I do a lot of work in AI and analytics, and there's been a huge demand for analytics in this era, and not just with government, but also education. With the move to remote schooling, school districts and teachers and everybody who's involved in delivering education have been a lot more concerned about data, meaning having data on what their students are doing, whether they're actually attending or logging in, tracking their progress, because they don't have as direct of a connection to the students as they did before. And then similarly on the government and public sector side, there's been a huge demand for analytics, for the ability to manage things like contact tracing and disease forecasting. So I have been spending a lot of my effort and time on those areas.
Well, thank you very much. It sounds like you have had to sort of develop your techniques while walking, sort of learning by doing in this process. Has this been a case of increased speed of learning that has been in favor of your company, you would say, due to the circumstances?
Well, certainly Google has been well placed, I think, from a business standpoint, to address all the challenges related to the pandemic. We have an extensive footprint in education, and the tools that many school districts are using globally are Google tools, things like Google Classroom and G Suite for education. The Meet, obviously we have a major video conference product, Google Meet. So yeah, we've been well positioned. At the same time, obviously, our main source of revenue is advertising, and that took a little bit of a hit, certainly as the economies globally slowed down. We're starting to see that pick back up again, but there'll be some time before it fully recovers.
Well, thank you very much. In terms of your clients, let's go back to you, Anatoly. How has the pandemic affected the demand for your services in a global perspective?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that first, Ericsson has done quite deep analysis of what is going on with networks globally, and that has affected obviously networks from Latin America to Asia, and identified basically three main areas that affected mostly operators world, and operators are the main customers to Ericsson. So number one was that the traffic went from from urban areas to suburban to regional areas where people live, and because of the mobility constraints, so obviously that affected also the roaming, which is one of the main revenues to operators. But in addition to that decentralization of people, we have also admitted the voice becoming a very critical service suddenly, because people's social life has suffered, and people had to talk more often, and duration of the calls was much longer. So you can say that the fixed networks mainly grew in traffic from 20 to 100%. So not so much mobile, because on the mobile network you can sort of balance the rural with the urban, and on the network level it plus minus stayed the same across the world. But on the fixed network, fixed operators had to secure the extra capacity to provide that to subscribers. But also, even from the mobile point of view, but also fixed the uplink, due to home teleconferencing and video calls. People work at home. The uplink became
huge increase.
Yeah, much higher. So that all led to that operators had to, dynamically reconsider the optimization services, the planning, the cell planning of how the network is being built, so that it had to be sort of, adjusted to the new realities, because you have high loaded cells in the center of the cities, which suddenly become free, but you had very little traffic in the suburban areas, which suddenly become overloaded, and how to increase that capacity. So operators had to reconsider basically how they cope with the effect of pandemic across the world. So from that point of view, that was the major effect that operators saw, and Ericsson, of course, helped them with both network expansions, but also optimization services, which we now have with AI and machine learning and some kind of remote configuration and remote tuning mechanisms that we are now introducing globally. So that's...
Would you say that this transformation has been a successful one? I mean, it's been a huge challenge on both on Ericsson, but also on all your clients.
Well, it has been, and since the increase of this traffic happened, I think operators, even mobile operators, admitted the need for higher capacities, and that's why suddenly 5G has a different angle now to speed up. And for those operators that provide, let's say, broadband mobile services, be it fixed wireless access or some kind of specific industry offerings, that has sort of generated a new way for new spectrum and for new capacity, even in mobile networks, not only in fixed.
Thank you. In New York, Luke Ramsey, you've been under extreme pressure from COVID. From Google's perspective, do you feel that your services have been put to use and developed properly? I mean, or do you still have more capacity to share in the situation that is in New York City, for instance? I mean, has the networks been able to adapt, like Anatoly presented?
Sorry, I was
Here
muted.
we go.
No, we haven't seen any problems with network capacity per se. I mean, as other speakers noted, there has been a shift. Folks obviously not going into the office really anywhere globally at Google. In fact, Sundar, our CEO, has said that not to expect to be back in the office until June. So as a result, everybody's been working from home. And there is increased demand for network services related to that. I mean, we because of security concerns, we often have to VPN into the local office network, and then from there access corporate services. But folks like myself had already been doing that for the previous few years, so it wasn't really too much of a challenge related, network-wise at least, related to that. I mean, I think. As other callers have noted, other speakers noted earlier, there has been an adjustment for all of us, this different kind of cadence of work, working from home, not traveling, not getting in front of customers, as I think someone noted earlier, does make it harder to sell. But no, I think in terms of our infrastructure, Google's has a very, very robust infrastructure, and so far it has stood up to the increased challenges posed by the pandemic.
Thank you, Ma'am, very much. I'm going to stay with you for one more question that I'm going to go to Lars Inge with the same question. What would you say is the biggest learning that you can draw from COVID, from Google's perspective?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that this need for data to be integrated into business operations that maybe traditionally have not taken as advantage of data. Again, in the areas that I work or focus on in government and in education, this need really to be able to track what's going on, to use analytics to predict what's going on has been a huge impact, has a huge impact on the solutions that we're developing. So again, a huge need to be able to forecast the progression of disease and to be able to model policy decisions. So to be able to predict the impact of opening different industries or closing them down. These are things that we've really struggled with alongside our customers to help them solve those problems. And I'm sure that as a result, we're having, as you said, to learn on the fly. But as a result, we will definitely be more prepared in the future for events like this. We've had to build a new set of solutions that are tailored for these kinds of use cases. And I really feel that, certainly in the area of disease management, that we will be much better prepared going forward, both us and our customers.
Well, thank you. Lars-Inge Sjöqvist from Gapwaves. What is Gapwaves, your perspective on Gapwaves' biggest learnings from during the COVID situation?
I was thinking of two major things in this case, and typically what we have seen, how fast things can change. What we see now when the pandemic has grown and there has been a problem for many people, the e-shopping, so to say, buying things over the internet is driving quickly the need of also deliveries to our households, etc. And we have seen a very quick change in some of the customers we work with, need for having better equipment for this and doing it without people. That's these last mile delivery robots, which is growing very quick now.
Because the customers expect it to be fossil free.
The business has grown quickly. And the biggest cost in that chain is really the last mile delivery. So why don't just do a lot more on that now? And we see that typically from US coming more and more. So then that is one thing which we have felt quite a lot, and we also are in the middle of it, so to say, so it's a good thing for us as a company. On the other hand, I was talking with one of the big tier 1 customers last week, and they told us that the problem with selling this kind of radar equipment to cars is decreasing during this period. And in total, the company had to lay off some people. But at the same time, the future things for most companies is taking on new things, new technology. Ericsson is doing that all the time, for example, Google as well, I'm sure. But we also see that this typical tier 1, which is a quite traditional business working with automotive industry, they also have to switch quicker.
It's sort of a leapfrogging movement that has to take place. Yeah.
So we feel more confident today than half a year ago, I would say. The speed for change over to use our type of technology, which is a good sign as well.
And you mentioned the last mile transport, and I think I tried to interrupt you more or less by saying that people require this to be, they want it to be fossil free, because that's the expectation now.
Yeah,
and that's a good thing for your company.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Add a few words to what you say. I think number of learnings that we have seen lately is that the demand for remote services has increased. Yes, so it's not only the fact that people can't do the job themselves, but it's also the cost-saving exercise in many cases. So that's why we are introducing a lot of machine learning and artificial intelligence in the way we work with networks. And we do for example, things like virtual drive tests. So if all operators, including Tele and any other Vodafones and Telefonicas of the world, they have been spending a lot of money per year in their OPEX expenditures to actually drive cars to make sure that the quality of mobile broadband is there. And then different neutral organizations were testing the quality of those networks. Then now with our new solutions, we enable to achieve the same effect or even better remotely. So introduction of this kind of offerings has been super popular and really well accepted by operators globally. Then I would say the second learning is maybe more psychological, that actually it was a super big stress for all people, not only for 100,000 of Ericsson's people, but also for all customers and all subcontractors and everyone. So I think that this brave period of time that we have all survived and overcome all these issues with technology and choosing the right application for telecommuting and video calls and all these things instead of traveling and seeing face to face. So I think this psychological effect will also be with us for a long time.
Do you think this will make us more brave and more sort of able to leapfrog in other aspects? It's a leading question.
Yeah, I think in a way we are becoming much more, let's say, to the point. Yeah, because when you meet face to face, you allow yourself a little bit, maybe spending too much time on something else. But when you are in the video call, I think you are trying to be a little bit more sharp, and this is going across all the areas.
Lukman, from New York, initially you talked about that your application has been used very much so in the school system in this situation. Could you elaborate a little bit on this, and how do you think this will be taken forward into the future, hopefully after the pandemic is over? We don't know that yet when it will be, but eventually, we hope, of course.
Yeah, so there's been a tremendous impact to education, really, again, across the globe. And, what we saw in the spring was that there was this sudden shift to remote schooling, and school districts were not prepared. They had to kind of innovate on the fly. And so the use of tools like Google Classroom, which is kind of an LMS, or a learning management system that's built into our G Suite for Education product, the use of that suddenly skyrocketed, and we had some challenges to do with scale, but we made very quick adjustments, and that wasn't as much of a problem as dealing with 100 million new users that all had requests for features to help with remote schooling. And so we had to make very quick adjustments, and all of the schooling was happening through video. And so if you recall, there was a lot of security concerns around video calls early on, not necessarily with our products, but with other tools that ultimately cast a shadow on what we were doing. And so we did have to reassure people about security. We made some security changes to our video product, so that it wasn't as easy for folks that weren't registered with the school district to get into a call. They had to be approved by whoever set up the call. So yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time back in the spring working with my local district, just helping them navigate all of the technology concerns, and not just working with the district officials, but also parents and students. Everybody had to make a very, very rapid adjustment. I think, now in the fall, as school has restarted, mostly across the US, school is still happening, at least for the primary grades. School is still happening remotely. I mean, there is some in-person instruction. There's some hybrid models where some days school students are in, and then some days they're remote. And what we see is that folks have adapted quite well. I mean, I think everybody would still prefer for school to be in person, but the use of technology is, at least the people that have become a lot more comfortable with the Google tools that are involved in this. But I think globally the use of technology has obviously people have accommodated, and so I think to your point, this is probably going to have some degree of a permanent change. I think we as parents and as educators all want students to be back in class as soon as possible, but now that we've gotten this experience with remote schooling, I'm sure that there will be, we will take more advantage of the remote schooling in the future. So there has been some permanent change. I just want to touch on one more thing before I start. The other thing I work on is the application of AI to education. And we've seen a huge increase in interest in that area. So we're building tools, for example, that help generate assignments and assessments and questions for students. It's really tools that help education scale so that less of the burden is placed on the instructor or the teacher or the educator. And we use AI to power those experiences. And again, there's been a huge increase in interest there. And I'm sure that this pandemic will spur a lot of advancements in AI applied to education.
Well, thank you very much. I have one final last question that goes to all three of you. Would you like to start, Anatoly, to answer? We're going to talk about trade tensions, because we see the trade tensions between the two superpowers, large economies. How do you handle this strategically in this pandemic situation? It's really sort of been escalating in the light of what's happening.
In order to understand Ericsson's position in this question, I would go maybe to a few years back to mid-2010, so 15, 16, 17, where Ericsson was not in the best shape. And I think Ericsson was in the right time to acknowledge that. And actually, with the new CEO that we have now, Börje Ekholm, so we have reassessed the position of Ericsson and the strategy and focused on created so-called new focus strategy, and that implied focus on technological leadership. And with that, we increased significantly the R&D resources. So it was thousands of people employed, new budgets, and so on. And by that, basically until 5G became the standard, which is then 2018, 19, then in a few steps. We have reached the position in our technology, in our products, that are basically superior on the market. So when this geopolitical story happened with Chinese and American and so on, so we luckily feel ourselves actually strong, not based on the preferences of certain powers that it should be Ericsson or not Ericsson, but on the own merits of our equipment. And we do a lot of so-called TCO studies where we analyze the technological advances and the software that we are leading, that we're introducing, and which are becoming then global standards, like, I don't know, reusing existing LTE frequencies for 5G as well at the same time as introducing new bands in 5G, or providing, as Hanna mentioned earlier, different solutions for Industry 4.0, which is then, in between mobile broadband and critical IoT solutions and industrial IoT for multiple of industries and so on. So I think the breadth of Ericsson solutions now in core radio and also services, as I said, remote services and different new tools, actually speak for ourselves. So we are not really betting on this. Of course, we get certain, let's say, maybe contracts in certain part of the world because of this geopolitical story. But on the other hand, we have other parts of the world where we don't get contracts because of that. So I think it's all kind of a matter of balance, but I'm sure that we are not, let's say, focusing on this as the element of our, successful sales strategy. That is for sure not.
Well, that's must be feeling quite great to be able to say this. Lars-Inge Sjöqvist, from Gapwaves' perspective, the geopolitical situation.
Yeah, it is that looking in our case, we do have customers both in US, in Asia, and in Europe. Our own people are working in Sweden mostly, but we have supplier collaboration, both in Sweden and Europe, and now we also have in Asia. But we can't use them all for all kind of customers. So we also have suppliers around in Europe now to support some of the business we are going into. So for us, it's very strategic, important that we can deliver at the same time as we also need to find the good pricing for the products. So it's for us, it's quite what you call it practical how to work with this, because this is the case.
The waters, carefully.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Google, that's a big question for a big company. How you navigate in the geopolitical situation?
We, I would say overall it hasn't had much of an impact on us. You know, we already we're really not operating that much in China. We do have teams there. We do some research there, but you know, Google Cloud, where I work, does not actually have a data center footprint in China at all. But we have, you know, data centers and offices everywhere else. And we actually do have an office in Beijing and a couple other places in China. But it hasn't been much of a change for us. The only one thing I might point out is on the data center side, as we're building out data centers across the globe, there has been some impact to the supply chain and the sourcing of parts there, but we're starting to see that mitigate already. So yeah, in terms of, you know, delivering products and services, we don't have that much of a footprint in China today, and it hasn't really changed much.
Well, thank you very much. From New York with us, Lukman Ramsey from Global Solutions. He is Global Solution Manager at Google. And we say thank you to Anatoly Ilyalic from Ericsson and to Lars-Inge Sjöqvist from Gapwaves for sharing your insights with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
And before we switch to the next speaker, if you've been sitting at home in front of your computers, why don't you stand up and roll your shoulders back a bit and get some energy for the next speaker. He's from Peltarion, and he's the CEO. And AI is Peltarion's core business. And I'd like to give a warm welcome to Luca Černović-Friis. You're with us here in real life.
Thank you. Oh, I just have to take a photo of this, of a conference in Corona time. That's too good. All right. So my name is Luca Černović-Friis. I'm the CEO of Peltarion. And basically what we are doing is we're trying to radically lower the price of deploying AI. And with AI, I don't mean the lot of older technologies that are being rebranded as AI. I'm talking about the really cutting edge stuff, deep learning, that has been really propelling the AI boost that we've seen in the past few years. And what we've seen historically with our other technologies is when you seriously reduce the cost, it's when magic happens. And basically, we want to make sure that AI can be used everywhere and really supercharge everything. Our way of accomplishing this is we're building an enabler, which is a cloud-based platform that allows non-data scientists to build cutting-edge systems and put them into production. So basically making the technology far more accessible, but without taking, sort of simplifying it too much in terms of its power. We're not technically a startup. Founded in 2004. It was me and my co-founder Måns. And we had a product called Synapse, which was a development environment for neural nets. And we had some 300 companies using it, 10,000 users or so. And then by 2016, it was still just the two of us, and the market was really taking off, and we decided, okay, now's the time to scale this. And we got EQT, and then the Wallenbergs on board, and later Euclidean Capital. And they came on board because there is right now a big opportunity in the market where the global tech giants and China are completely dominant within AI when it comes to algorithms. They're coming up with new stuff there. Europe is vastly behind, Sweden is vastly behind. But we really do have a chance of building a global tech giant out of Europe, taking lead in technology. And if you look back historically, take the Industrial Revolution, it wasn't really the steam engine itself that sort of propelled it, that scaled steam technology. It was when the machine tooling for building steam engines became available and very cheap. So generally, most companies are in one way or another in trying to get some AI, get digitalized, get ready for the AI first world. And most are doing it in a wrong way. That tends to be super expensive, and that's because they tend to confuse AI and analytics. They're two vastly different things. So if you look at AI analytics and big data, it's all about centralizing all the information in the company, piping it through a data science department, does the interpretation, and out comes some sort of actionable intelligence, information, how your business does, forecast, and so on. This is super important, but it's also very, very difficult and a very long process. So centralizing all of your data, I've seen no company that's had an easy way of that, especially the more traditional ones. So AI, on the other hand, AI does not provide insights. It provides a concrete solution, either by optimizing something so you can cut costs, or that you can create new services. And it works best when it's distributed. AI works when it's put into the hands of the domain experts, rather than into the hands of generic data scientists. You can imagine, say, an antenna developer at Ericsson, who's been working there for 30 years developing antennas, that there's some newly graduated 20-year-old data scientist comes from a central department and say, "Oh, you're building antennas. Can I be of some assistance? Would you like some AI?" It simply doesn't work. The sort of domain knowledge is the difficult bit. The AI isn't really. But there are two major obstacles today towards this really getting into the hands of the domain experts. And one is that it's very hard to find people. And the second one is that it's the technology is based for research. Now, if you look at the sort of data science part, the road that most companies are taking is that the cost of finding a mediocre data scientist is hard. Finding a good AI expert, that's nearly impossible. That's almost reserved for the big tech giants. And if you look at the sort of gap between availability and demand, this is a report from IBM and Kaggle that showed that there were what they qualified as 35,000 data scientists with sort of modern skills in the US, while there was a need for about 700,000. So this skill gap equation doesn't work. The second thing is, when most people have the conception of AI, how you build an AI system, is that you get some data, you build a model, train it, then you analyze the result, possibly repeat a bit, and that's it. But that's not reality. Reality is sort of this piece of building the model and training it. It's really, really a tiny bit of it all. So the whole process involves everything from configuring different toolkits to data management, version controlling experiments, serving infrastructure, monitoring, and so on. So there's a lot around it. And the way that most try to solve it today is by using a ton of different tools for each of these sort of steps. And those that succeed, and there are few, relatively few that do, they end up with something that's not scalable, it's not maintainable, and it really requires very high-level expertise, both on the software engineering side, DevOps side, and data scientist side. Now, so what's the alternative? And this is where we're coming. Now, the world today, AI world, the tooling provided by the tech giants and that exist in the market are typically divided into sort of two very broad categories. One is the super powerful tools like TensorFlow, PyTorch, or we have Amazon SageMaker, where you can do a lot. You can solve almost any modern AI problem with it, but it requires expertise and it's built for research rather than production. And then at the other end of the spectrum, and I'm going to skip them, discussing them more in detail because they're really not relevant, are the sort of auto AI or auto MLs, super simplified, where in theory you press one button and out pops an AI model. The problem is that it doesn't work that way. Building an AI model still requires a bunch of iteration. You have to have your own data, you have to have support for many types of data and so on. So those are most for toy problems. So you have the choice today of either going by something that requires expertise that you can get or something that really doesn't work. But comparing the sort of more powerful system, so I'm going to show you a video of a person using Amazon SageMaker, a PhD in machine learning, certified on AWS. And on the right side is of our platform. It's one of our tech writers who did that. Familiar with the platform, but an engineer by education, so not a data scientist. And the challenge, the problem, relatively simple. So you have some images of car damage and some tabular data that says which manufacturing year and things like that. And they were to build a model that classifies the damage based on the image and on that metadata. Now, you don't have to understand really what goes on in the screen, but it's more of like the difference of what you see. Let's see if we can get the video going. Oops. No? Well, that's a pity. Okay, I'll just narrate what happens in the video, although it's slightly less effectful. So basically, when we had a combination of images and tabular data, a person using AWS wrote tons of code for an hour and didn't get the first version to work. On our platform, it was done in like 4 minutes, and then sort of a follow-up was just to use image data because they had trouble on the Amazon side. And it took like 2 minutes on our platform, it took an hour on the other. And what you ended up there is, still doesn't work. What you ended up in one case is a lot of spaghetti code that really can't be put into production. And losing a bit the point when you didn't see the video, but there is like a vast difference. There's an order of magnitude of speed, and in one case you can actually just put it into production. In the other case, you would have to have a big team of DevOps and so on to get it into shape for production. And this is actually, and we have a very good relationship with both Google and Microsoft, and we have deep collaborations with them. So we've both technological and otherwise, and we've got it validated now over and look at that. It works. So now it's fast forwarded. You can see the platform here, the graphical platform. Well, this is the code. It's very low res. It's actually done on the right side. This was just calling the model. So, and then we had the second case, which was, we simplified it for the AWS sake, and they were allowed to reuse all of their code. And this was done like in 2 minutes or something, 3 minutes. While, yeah, they got it to work, but it took about an hour. And when you would have to do it again, it would take an hour again. So it's not just a one thing. Can we get back to the presentation? Thanks. But this is a sort of what we have validated so far is that although we are seriously behind in Europe and Sweden when it comes to algorithms, sort of all of the really awesome things happening in AI are coming from the US, with China as a second, and Europe far, far, far behind. But where we are world class, where we do actually have a chance of establishing a meaningful leadership, it is in tooling around AI. And hopefully eventually we'll also catch up on the other side. So this was a bit of theory. A couple of, let's see how, we're doing good. A couple of examples of practical customer cases, so you get an idea of how this is can be used. Ericsson, so they answer a lot of RFPs, like 5,000 per year, and they have 500 people sitting in India doing that semi-manually. And they have a department in Sweden that double checks those results. They were able to automate most of that now with AI, and it meant 10 million per year saving, 15x ROI the first year. A completely different end of the spectrum, Sybase, small Swedish company, creates a probe that was originally used for melanoma detection, and they had this idea like, okay, if we add images to that and use AI, can we get better results? And they were a really early platform customer, and then they got some results, but they weren't great. They were a bit better what they had, but nothing that really justified of going in sort of getting new FDA approval and things like that. And then about a year from when they started using our platform, we had a meeting and we were pretty sure like this is a churn, but they seemed pretty happy. And they said, yeah, the melanoma thing, we stopped working on that, but we found a different use case. So there is a membrane in the skin that protects the body from things getting in, things that shouldn't be there. And basically, the quality of that varies for some reason over time. And when it's weak, then people with allergies get eczema and things like that, rashes. And the only way to measure that has been to do a biopsy, and you had to do it on skin where there was a rash. But using their probe in our platform, they built a model where they could, on clear skin, detect way ahead when that membrane quality was going down. And basically, this became a very important part of their business. So they're focusing a lot on that now. Why I love this example is because we at Peltarion know AI, know absolutely nothing about skin. We didn't know there was a membrane. While at the same time, so we couldn't have come up with this use case. While at the same time, they couldn't have done it without our platform because they're medical engineers. They're not data scientists. And then as that meeting was ending, they said, "Oh yeah, we have a second thing in production." Over the summer, we looked at our quality control. So they basically have each of these probes. The tip is controlled by somebody looking in a microscope and seeing that there are no defects. And over the summer, an intern, who was the CFO's daughter, built a model. They bought a video microscope, and she built a model to predict these quality variations. And they were able to automate that step fully. So Sybase, fantastic company. Elekta, brain tumor segmentation. as good as the best doctors in the world, and there's a massive shortage. Typically, today, the treatment when you have a brain tumor, the first thing you want to do is radiation therapy. But the queues are super long, so between diagnosis and the radiation therapy, the tumor moves very often, and they end up irradiating the wrong place in the brain, which is bad. So being able to speed this process up and automate it, Elekta, they want to put this in actual machines, so they can do radiotherapy at the same time, see sort of a real-time view of the tumor. Pretty cool tech. Epidemic sound. So they built a model that classifies music by mood. It was a part of their recommender system. Again, a great example of, at that time, they didn't have any data scientists, so there was just a bunch of their developers that were able to build this using our platform. Billerud Korsnäs, optimizing paper quality, so it's classifying what type of, how you should process different pulp depending on the quality of the pulp. Husqvarna, floor grinders. So basically, with these industrial floor grinders, there are very few experts actually. In Sweden, there's only a couple who know how to operate these, because they hear on the sound whether they should apply more pressure or less pressure, or if something is wrong and so on. So we helped Husqvarna out there. So they put up microphones on those, collected data, and then built a model that could actually predict it as good as experts, meaning that you could get novice users to operate one of these big machines almost as well as the experts. Ipsos, Ipsos, that it's a marketing research company. So basically, traditionally, what they've done is when they have a product to review, they've brought people into the office and interviewed them while having a psychologist looking at them and writing down sort of the emotions. We helped them automate this with neural net that recognizes emotions, so this can be done remotely. It meant a lot to them now during the Corona thing, pandemic in the spring. Another example of Ipsos, this slightly related to the Ericsson case I mentioned earlier. So one of the really cool things in AI that has happened in the past 2 years is text understanding. Basically, AI that can understand text on a semantic level. So you can have two sentences that don't have a word in common, but mean the same thing, and the AI will understand that. And to kick it off, it works with any language. So apparently there's a semantic level that's universal for any language. So what we did there was they get a lot of surveys where they have free text. And before they had translators and a lot of manual processing, and we were able to automate that. So going from free text in basically any language to quantified numbers and things like that. So that was all I had. I just want to give you a feeling of what's happening in this area and what we are working on. All right.
Thank you. Please stay. I have one question for you from the viewers. Is Sweden doing enough to advance AI research and development at universities and institutes? Are programs such as WASP being enough?
No. I mean, it's great that we have those, but those are all coming from the private sector. I think there should be more of an effort to invest in that.
Let's take one more. About scalability. How scalable is the Peltarion platform?
Well, that's its primary point, that it is super scalable. You can go from a couple of people using a model to millions.
So that's really not a problem from your perspective. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming and sharing your presentation with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have now come to the end of this summit. And to conclude, I'd like to invite a very special person up here, the Naventus, Jonas Ljungström, founder and partner at Naventus. Please join me here, Jonas.
Thank you.
What a day it's been, huh?
It's been fantastic with a lot of interesting companies today.
Really, what a cavalcade, huh?
Yeah.
If you would address to the camera and to me your main takeaways from today, what would those be?
Well, my main takeaways would be that, I mean, the area technology in 5G is, of course, very broad, but I think we've seen tremendously interesting companies today presenting how they are moving forward in this interesting space. And to mention, I shouldn't mention one, but I really liked Patrick in the beginning with Insplorion, and of course I have to Talkpool was interesting as well as Matthias at VOI was of course super interesting, and I would also like to mention of course all the companies, Gapwaves, Lars Inge, to learn more about the company. As well as, of course, our German friends in Silicon Mobility, and I will mention more, of course. Probably for me personally, I think the panelists were super interesting to share their insights from larger corps, like Hanna and Anatoly from Ericsson. I think it was really useful for us working in the more SME space to see how Ericsson is working in these segments, as well as, of course, Lukman from New York, Google, Cloud, central player, of course, in the space, and our dear partners, Nasdaq, with Niklas here, informing us about the big pipeline with companies going public this autumn, where we hopefully will assist some of them. And Katarina, I think you as a moderator, as always, have very good dialogue with the interesting companies.
Thank you.
And I would like to of course mention more few with Peltarion's AI, of course, and not of course our dear friend Martin at the Doktor.se, with how the transformation of sector, increasing the efficiency with the network capabilities, etc. And not to least, but also JonDeTech, which is a company we actually assisted here with the transaction. Interesting with their ships, etc. So I think I haven't missed any. Irisity, of course. Down from Gothenburg, and so I think it's been an amazing day, Katarina.
Well, thank you, Jonas. And could you please share some advice on how to stay informed in the technology sector? I mean, how do you keep up the game to make sure that you don't miss any fantastic companies that are
okay. That's a very broad question, of course, and I cannot give you an answer where I managed to follow all, but. In our company, at least, we have a few advisors with broad knowledge in the sector, and we're of course trying to reach out where possible. And of course, an event like this gives us a fantastic interface. But I would like to say that through the partner network here with Zettervalls and with Nordnet, of course, and FNCA, Nasdaq, we have our little space in the pond. So of course we don't see everything, but we like to see as much as possible, of course.
And you have more events coming up.
Of course, we are looking forward to our next event, which will be renewable event, which we will host early Q1, where we hope to see you all and all our partners and Katarina, of course.
I'll be happy to return.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Katarina.
Thank you very much, Jonas. And thank you for joining in behind the camera at your desks, wherever you have been, and have a nice afternoon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.